surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.
matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the starlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fall. Here's to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day.
Packing speed. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba cinta murnimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Innkeeper,
Yeah?
this is from the guest upstairs.
Huh?
My, I'm rich.
He said it was a repayment.
Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back.
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on, we're just playing around. Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Allow me? Few prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake.
fine with us.
Illusion magic! Run!
If only I had an opening here, this would never have happened.
Those tears of a broken heart. Broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no point to resist. We'll get the secrets after.
Magic.
Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial menu for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The forbidden.
Welcome to the inn. Welcome to your doom.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world.
With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes.
Darkness, the precursor to light.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Hut. Hut. Tuh. Hut. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter-sweet smiles. journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! All will turn to dust! Her fragrant sleeves have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
From a single spark, the fire begins. Embers awaken, a call to rise, to reignite, to re-emerge with strength and passion. Malaysia's first ever official Honor of Kings League, a symbol of pride, power, and the roar of something unstoppable. A new group rises from the ashes. Fresh fire, unwritten stories, fierce hunger. This league is their proving ground, and they're here to burn. Team Secret fight to claim what's theirs. Nova, champions who've tasted glory but want more. BSE, not just defending the crown, they're evolving, reigniting the passion. Witness the Embers Awakening.
It has been a topsy-turvy second split so far, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the MKL Spring Season 2025. My name is Sir Clark, together with my wonderful buddy here, Contra. How you feeling for today?
I'm feeling extremely excited because, like you said, it's been a wild ride here in the MKL Spring Season 2025, and that goes to show that MKL is currently one of the toughest leagues in the world. So, that being said, I mean, the competition is just getting much more stiff, where teams are just battling not only for the survival, but to also stamp their mark to eventually secure their spot in the EWC.
Absolutely right. During the first half of the split, results are kind of predictable-ish, but now coming into the second half of this split, results have been just everywhere. At this point, honestly, I don't know who's going to be like at the top now.
That's right. I mean, one of the biggest upsets this week is O2 taking down the undefeated run of Nova Esports. And that being said, things are only getting better for O2 Esports, where Nova is going to be licking their wounds to see if they can recover right now. So let's take a look at the standings right now to see where each team is currently placed.
Yeah, spoiler alert, O2 is playing today. But anyway, here's the current standing. BSE currently at number 1. And number 2, it is Nova Esports. Number 3, AG Global. Number 4, O2 Esports. They are currently on the first half of our standings. And on second half of our standings, we have DTE Gaming and Team Secret at number 6. What are they doing down there? And Torak at number 7, Seoul Esports currently still at number 8.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big run for Seoul Esports to see if they can still back some wins, because right now, Dota maybe not looking the steadiest alongside with Team Secret, where we call Team Secret as the gatekeepers to the top 4. But look at the landslide results, because O2 Esports is on the surge, and who knows, they might even be able to overtake AG Global. We'll have to see later on, as we still have, some games to see how the tables will once again turn, because it's been a topsy-turvy, right? Where we can't really confirm anything right now. While Blackshire Esports as well as Nova, they got to keep up the pace because anytime BSE or Nova slips up, the other will take over.
And let's not forget about Team Secret as well. They've been having a bit of a slump recently, and today they will not be playing. Instead, Todak will be playing. And if Todak wins today, they will close the gap between themselves and Team Secret, allowing Todak that chance of securing a spot in the playoff and potentially kicking the Team Secret down to the bottom too. So that's something that we will need to observe in the coming weeks as well, ladies and gentlemen. And for today's schedule, as mentioned, we will have DTE versus Todak, Seoul Esports versus Nova, BSE versus O2.
All these games have high stakes involved. We start off with DTE Gaming versus Todak, where Todak, if they do win out the series, that could actually dent the hopes of DTE getting higher than their current place, and Todak might actually slip right through to slowly knock not only Team Secret, but maybe even DTE down. While taking a look at the rest, we definitely do know that that big game is going to be our last match of the series. BSE versus the hot and form O2 Esports.
Yeah, if this was like the first or second week, that might not be as been as hot as today. The fact that O2, they have been performing. They actually won against Nova recently as well. So, are we going to see another upset here? Well, BSE will be up for a challenge against O2 Esports for sure.
Oh, I can't wait for that to happen. But of course, we got to pull it back a little bit because we start things off with DTE versus Todak. Well, I could definitely say that the DTE, they may not seem to be the most consistent, but when they are in the right form, they are indeed a scary team to be matched up against, where they've taken points against Team Secret. They've definitely done so in the prior meetup along with Todak. So who knows? Todak, they're also gaining their footing right now from some of the recent track records. So this might just be the revenge plot being set up for Todak.
Yeah, and you know what sets up these players? It's our official sponsor for the MKL, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to RealMe for being together with us, as RealMe is supporting the MKL as our official tournament partner. Gaming, pick Realme 14 series. Realme 14 5G features segment best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, long-lasting battery, largest VC cooling area, and it empowers players to enjoy 120 FPS in HOK. It promises a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. So gaming, pick Realme 14 series.
Yeah, you were talking about phones earlier today, and now that you mentioned it, I definitely want to go check that out later on as we finish out our show. Hope you guys could do so as well. Head over to the website or head over to any shopping malls. You'll definitely see an outlet for you to get your hands on the Realme 14 series. Now, back to what we do have in hand. I mean, every game from this moment on is going to be super important for all these teams out there, because any mistakes could cost them that run in the playoffs. So not making it to the playoffs, it's going to be such a big deal. And it's going to be pretty surprising because we are looking at Team Secret, who are kind of on the brink of it at this moment. So this could be a really good chance if Todak will be able to overcome some of all these struggles that they've had over on the early course. And look at this current matchup. DTE, can they actually find their footing once more in order to move up to the top 4?
And speaking about DTE, ladies and gentlemen, here are the players representing DTE as well as Todak. For DTE, we have BB, CM, Sun Sun, Cheche, and Hao versus Todak, represented by Spay, Hua Hua, CCS, Anda, and Sadness. And among all these players, for me personally, CM has been an outstanding player. He's the clutch man for DTE, pulling off all those amazing plays by himself.
Yeah, I've been overwhelmed with some of all his massive highlights. When he's on that Dharma, he's unstoppable. And when he goes over onto the Yin, he's looking even scarier. So matching up to him is going to be CCS. These are the two names that we'll be definitely keeping our eyes on once we get into the Gorge. And then, of course, when you take a look at some of all their major carries, and we definitely want to check out some of the stats between Tete as well as Sadness. So let's quickly have a look, as both of these guys so far have played a pivotal role into securing some of all these massive victories on their end. Right now, Tete definitely has a slightly higher KDA, but when it comes down to GPM, you can see that Sadness is matching up to speed. Only just a 0.1. Honestly, it's not too much of a major difference.
Yeah, but if we were to look at some of the glaring numbers like the average KDA and perhaps even the average kill, naturally for JJ, he'll be a little bit higher as compared to Sadness because of their overall performance so far in the MKL. But when it comes to individual performance, kill participation for Sadness, is there a little bit more than JJ being involved in all these fights? And maybe this just tells the story that, okay, he's always together with the team, like he wants to get those kills in and try to win fights basically. But for JJ, maybe he might have some of those moments where he focuses on clearing waves or try to do a bit of a split push, and depending on the scenario. So there's a lot of stories to tell depending on how you look at some of these numbers. But these numbers are of course individual numbers. At the end of the day, it is how the entire team performs.
That's true enough. When your whole team performs, everyone's going to have inflated KDs of sorts. So that being said, when we take a look at their run so far, I think they've definitely had the highest of highs as well as the lowest of lows. Of course, starting off the journey, it hasn't been the smoothest for Dota, but in their recent runs, they're starting to really have some huge runs moving into the past week, and now looking to be pretty convincing on what they could possibly churn out. So I'm definitely having some really good hope that Dota would be able to maybe put a little bit of dent in that sense. I mean, I'm not putting all my chips in the basket. When we take a look at DTE, I mean, they are kind of like the Giant Slayer so far. I mean, from the start of their run up till now, there's definitely some upsets happening, and certain games where they are supposed to secure, it wasn't to be that case. So it is a really big question mark right now on who's really going to be able to secure the series. So I would still put it at a 2-1 kind of ratio because of the kind of back and forth these teams have.
Right, so your early prediction is 2-1 towards DTE, I guess?
At this moment, probably it's gonna be DTE until I'm convinced otherwise. What say you though?
I mean, frankly speaking, even if we look at the current results, right, DTE, they have been on a roll. Like, they have been having a couple of wins back-to-back recently. As for Dota, it's still a little bit shaky. Yes, we can argue that maybe their matchups were a little bit more harder than DTE, but still, competition is competition at the end of the day. So yeah, I will probably still give DTE the edge here against Dota. But those are early predictions, ladies and gentlemen, because one of the things that will decide their win is the draft. Let's check out the draft for game number 1.
Yep, starting things off, we're already looking at a ban on the Dharma. Pretty stock standard, where we also look at certain things to be expected. Maybe the demise we're doing is going to be in heavy consideration as well if it's not going to be banned, or else it will be picked up. So DTE, they have noticed that Dota have tried to play a very high-tempo game, so they will definitely respect that. They will take out that Luna.
Yeah, so the Luna early ban for them. I mean, we have seen the Luna being picked normally towards the later stages when they're sure that, okay, the Luna has no single target locked down towards it, and there's no counter towards the Luna. You pick a Luna, it's really solid. But now Luna is banned, so it's going to be out of the conversation. But with the Luna ban, with the Pay ban, with the Dharma ban, and now with the last ban of an early, okay, a power ban, or a power pick that is, that leaves like the Mai Shiranui open, or maybe even the Lone plus Dolia combo open.
Yeah, there's ample possibilities right here. So Dota is kind of spoiled for choice, right? So if they're going to go in for a Mai Shiranui, they would definitely expect instant responses. Instead, they went to secure Lone, something that offers them a little bit more of that stability. That kind of gives you maybe a little bit of a tinge of perhaps a Dolia to be secured or otherwise, but DT, they have the chance to snatch it away though.
Okay, all right. So it looks like they did not. Instead, they go for the Zhangfei, and they want to take advantage of the Mai, very high mechanical hero. Now, you didn't mention about the Dolia. The Dolia, yes, I do agree. It's really good with the Long, especially giving him the double infinite vastness. And now you have the Yixing. I mean, another reason to pick the Dolia. But the reason why the Dolia has been falling out of favor right now because of this hero right here. I was about to explain that the Yuhon provides control as a team, extra CC, nice range with the CC as well. So a lot of teams find this hero to be a bit of a higher value. Though the Yuhuan, okay, just to put it out there as well, the Yuhuan could potentially play in the middle or as a rope. It might take the Dolia spot, it might not take the Dolia spot. So it really depends later on. So they can still go for the Dolia, but I think it will mean that they will have lesser durability overall.
Yeah, if you're telling me that they're going for that Dolia, that means that this Yuhuan's going to go in the jungle, right? Because they've already locked into that Lee Sing. But that being said, I'm not too convinced of how it's going to work out. But of course, there's definitely success stories coming in. It's just that we haven't really seen too much of the jungling Yuhuan in the competitive circuit just yet. Now, moving into the second phase, we're looking at a Danwei ban, if I do look at it correctly from my screen, is they definitely don't want somebody that could just walk through all of that crowd control that's being provided by the Menki as well as Zhang Fei, so you definitely want to get rid of that. But for Dota, I think majority of these focus is going to be piled onto the marksman role, or even better yet, if you want to also invest in one more ban, you can also aim at perhaps a certain thing that they don't want to face on that clash lane. So big choice right now for Dota in order to ensure that they have a little bit more safety net, because DTE, they do get that priority on that second pick order.
Yeah, so they definitely want to try to go for a marksman later on. But as for Dota, well, since we have the Yixing and now we have the Yuhuan together, so the mid and also the roam is locked in, they need more durability. Perhaps they might go for even an Agudo that's really popular right now in the jungle itself. That's a possibility there, but that's why DTE Gaming, they banned out the Agudo in the first place, just because of how popular is it. Now, another option, if they want to go for a tank-ish jungler, they can go for the Dune, or they can go for the Ogren. If you ask me, go for the Ogren. You can save the Dune for round 2 because Dota will not go for the Dolia. Might as well have that combo prepared for the next round.
Yeah, DTE, they immediately lock in the Byron, so if there's going to be any form of cheeky kind of picks like, a Mbayin, then you're just going to be brick wall. So that kind of forces the hands of Dota for a little bit, like what exactly will be the clearest answer, because you now have 3 front line for the side of DTE. You kind of need some form of damage output at the very same time, but Dota, they haven't really got any form of tank so far. So you did mention the Ogren, so very likely that could be a very good answer to that, and that hence why Sadness, he secures it. And to answer to what the Baron brings on the table, this Charlotte could just shred him through.
Yeah, so you go for the Charlotte instead of normally people might go for the Elaine if you want to have like a very versatile sort of clash lane, but you might want to keep the Elaine for later again, with the reason of you're keeping the Dolia for maybe the next game or maybe in the following lane. Now DTE, they chose Channel as their farm lane pick here that will be protected by the Zhang Fei. So Channel requires a decent amount of farm, I would say, probably even higher than the Long to reach towards the power spike towards the later stages. So it will be banking on not only Zhang Fei to protect him, but also the Menki, and at times even the Byron as well. Because right now what I can see is that DTE Gaming, they have at least 3 heroes that are very, very durable to be the bodyguard.
That's true. I mean, this is a traditional front-to-back kind of composition where that Channel will get that ample space. So who's going to be looking to breach that through? We're keeping our eyes on CCS, whether if he will be able to set those big dives on the Charlotte. So let's take a look as we set our way into the first match of the series here for our final day out on the Sunday run. It's Dota versus DTE.
And no swap lane for both sides, but we do have Hua Hua joining the clash lane as well, just to try to keep CM in check. And as what we discussed earlier before this game started, Contra, is that CM could be the clutch man. So it's something that Dota will need to consider, will need to suppress, to not allow him to reach his power spike and play his game.
Yeah, true enough. Despite, us usually seeing him on flashier kind of heroes, this time going for something that's a little bit beefier. But also keep in mind that as a Byron, if nobody manages that lane, he's going to get some really heavy weight push. He's going to be able to bully through that Charlotte in that really game. As you can see, he has a very high power in that lane as of the moment. Well, it's going to be stock standard for now, as we're only looking at purchases of boots, pretty much standard stuff. But what's really interesting to also note is that this Mai is really trying to amp up the speed of Sun Tsun. So DTE, they get to clear it faster, so we expect maybe a fast gank over on that clash lane later on.
Yeah, the Byron is definitely more durable than the Charlotte, right? So he's able to hold his lane by himself. But that will also force the Charlotte to go back, and he might need some backup later on. At the same time, you also want to try to open up the space or try extra backup to your farm laner, because that's the guy you want to scale as quickly as possible.
Sure enough, meanwhile, of course, for the mid lane, it's going to be a little bit of a heavy pressure onto the Mai Shiramui BB. I'm not really allowed to get those form of free spacing and not exactly hitting those control sets either, so a little bit rough where all these pressure is now surmounting, where Dodak does actually get a little bit more of that leeway to try to find something in return. And speaking of which, we're looking at movements across the map as the Mai is now moving towards the top side while we're getting a little bit of pause. So let's talk a little bit about the draft, right? For Dodak, I think that it's going to be a very kind of a safe early game kind of setup, because we take a look at their heroes overall. Like, essentially, if you try to form a dive, whether if you're coming from DTE, ideally it's not going to be on that Yi Sing, because he will have his passive available. It's not going to be an easy catch. And then on top of that, over on the bottom side, Yuhuan is going to be pretty tough as well. So essentially, they're just really trying to look towards scaling into that mid to late game phase where you get big power spikes coming in for the Yi Sing, as well as their marksman on the side of Dodak.
Yeah, it feels like they're set up to counter the world is my board, right? Like, you open the world is my board, yeah, you get caught inside of it, but then again, you have the unbridled outburst. You have Yuhuan as well, who's able to control. So it feels like, yes, you can deploy it, but then again, you might not be able to get the most out of it. So it really depends on the timing, right? So looking at the composition, like what you mentioned, especially on the Zhang he needs to be able to use his unbridled outburst at the right time and the right moment. And that also means that his opponents are going to try to bait out the unbridled outburst, because they know that, okay, the signal is going to be this. The unbridled outburst is out, let's jump in. The unbridled outburst is not out yet, guys. Let's go for now. But that's not going to be players to go, because right now we're going to jump back into the game.
Yep, and looks like they've had to quickly sort things out. So back towards your point, right? It's absolutely valid that if he does land it onto some of all these major targets, essentially if you can catch that Charlotte, it's going to be high value, where it's not going to be easy for sure, but that is definitely one that we could potentially pick up. And it's just really tough when you're going up against Charlotte, right? Where she could just stand to the ground, but when she's being stopped by all these heavy crowd control, there's not much that she can do. So DTE, they have a lot of potential for a dive as well, if you think about it, because you got the Mai, you got the Ream Roam coming in from the side of the Menki, so plenty of avenues if they really want to look for something in return. So essentially, you kind of want to burn out the vastness coming in from Sadness, now that they're pretty much reaching level 7, going for a little bit of that invade, but so far, things are looking pretty clear. 3.5 minutes true to this first game of the series.
Yeah, so both sides pretty respectful of each other so far. No big jungle invasion. Or maybe they might as well wait for the first objective that's going to rise up. Right? Now, both sides seem to be pretty interested. Now, the advantage is probably going to be given to DTE because they have 2 smites, and that's natural if you have a Zhang on your side. So they have, with that advantage that they have, Dora will need to be able to zone them off first before they go for the Tyrant itself.
Yeah, and great vision control coming from Anda, and now it seems like they're going for a little bit of tussle.
But here comes the right outburst being deployed. CM will be the one to take a lot of damage, but look at how tanky he is. He's still able to step away, but not when Sadness is there. to give him that feeling, the feeling of sadness to take him down. And there goes the first blood to the hands of Toda.
Great call coming in from Dodak, and just like that, CCS upon his arrival pops in the perfect time with his power gradation to catch out CM. And Byron, as much as he's beefy, he doesn't really have like the best of mobility out there, so it's a little bit rough. And just like that, Dodak did manage to secure himself the first Tyrant of the series.
Well, that's the zoning that we mentioned, right? And also the use of the Unbridled Outburst. They know that, okay, Unbridled Outburst is out, so let's take our time, let's pull back a little bit, okay? If we see an opportunity, we see CM in an awkward position, we take him out, and that's how they secured the Tyrant again.
Yeah, and DT, they have no response, but the cause and effect has kind of led the rest of Dodak to kind of leave this vulnerable while they look for that opportunity to slowly wear them down. But great defense, they've managed to maneuver, and it's gonna be a little bit contest here for that armor-tailed beast.
Anda is just being annoying right now with his Mournful Temple. Very long-range stun. And it can even cut across like the walls even. So that's why it's so annoying. And plus, it's not like a ultimate skill. It's a regular skill. So that means the cooldown is really low. We can pretty much spam it.
Yeah, and of course, we circle back into some of all these pickups that we might have actually missed out. That World Map board dropped right in to set up another kill for CCS. So this Charlotte is going to be a monster, and realistically, who can actually stop the Charlotte later in those fights? I have no clue at all.
Yeah, it looks like Toda, they realized that, right? Why they aimed down onto CM with the mace rotating towards the top, because they need to stop CM, the Mr. Clutchman from scaling, and they're doing exactly that. Now in the middle, Unbridled Outburst from the side. Here comes the World is my board, catching 4 of BTE within it. Now it's go time for Toda. The tower is really low. Anda will take care of it. Another position rate on CM. Mr. CM, Mr. Clutchman, not even clutching this time as he gets taken now by the members of Toda.
This is the cleanest I've seen Dodak play in a very long while. That perfect timing on the dive with the Conductor Souls, managing to knock multiple members of the side of DTE, and just like that, they collapsed, and those waves came in just in the nick of time. They didn't secure just one turret, they got 2 towers in one full blow.
Oh yeah, that is true. Oh man. And at this point, DTE, they're not able to score a single kill. Now, not all hope is lost yet. Just the goal gap, yeah, it's 5k, but we're still pretty early in the game, so they can still catch up on the things.
That's right. I mean, it is going to be possible, but still, glaring issues once again. Now, this Charlotte is pretty much out of control. Already got the Axe of Torment and already working into bigger items as well, where you're expecting a beefy Byron. It's not exactly the case because he's got punished very early on. Sissy, at least on this rotation, gets himself a turret back on the side of DT for a little bit of that recovery. But look at the pressure being put up by the rest of Dodak, where they're losing a lot of that map pressure. DTE's got to answer back.
Oh, and now they're going towards the lane where CM was. It was almost like they don't want CM to be able to come out at all. It is to that extent they're pressuring down CM. And now CM not able to come out. He's together with his team inside the base. Even CJ right now will need to come back to provide that extra backup as Toda is looking to take down the tower. Tower will go down, Toda. Objective secured.
Wow, so swiftly. I mean, this 4-man haul is just so overwhelming. You just look at the amount of speed. And that being said, there's a huge bounty for the side of DT, but there's definitely a huge bounty for you guys to claim there. Every time you move into every match, there will be a code for you guys to grab, so make sure you snap that one quick, because that's already passed. There's definitely more to go, but Sadness! Oh, that's a beautiful takeoff.
Well, would you say it's worthwhile for JJ to give himself up? At least he took down like the entire lane, so maybe it would have been worth it.
Yeah, I would say so myself, as he does understand that there's not exactly any form of room for him to run, so he kind of knew that he had to sacrifice his life. But the problem is that kill is being funneled towards Sadness, where you're making things a little bit harder now that you're also injecting gold towards the marksman, and there's not much that DT can actually do about this Tyrant takedown. So They just really got to find a way to stall for time, and eventually, once they get their items up, then maybe, just maybe, they can go for a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, looking on the bright side of JJ's sacrifice earlier on, right? It's because like he sacrificed himself at about 8 minutes-ish, so his cooldown to come back isn't that long, so it's not as punishing as, let's say, 20 minutes, he sacrificed himself, then potentially Toda pushes to the end. Yeah, it's not that bad. So it's still not bad of a move by JJ by just going all in alone.
True enough, I mean, they managed to at least answer back with a little bit more of that wave pressure, which Toda kind of have to manage, which is why you are looking at them not only invading over onto the top quadrant of the map, they're trying to also crash another wave so that they can actually match it up. And speaking of which, the rest of DTE, they gotta choose whether to let this one slide because it's already brittle, and yes, they would. So right at this moment, it's about more than 8,000 gold being held by Toda at this moment.
Okay. Is this the end of the world? No, not yet, because when it comes to lanes, yeah, Toda has the advantage, but DT is doing not too bad with the fact that they clear out the entire clash lane. So at least it kind of balances out stuff. If the top clash lane is not cleared out, then it's probably going to be a different story.
True enough, and right now securing yet another Tyrant looking for a chase, and there we go, out for the hunt.
Oh, here's Will is my board, but only managed to catch one How inside of it. How is the tag? That's not the target that they want, but they can take him out. Why not? Here comes DT with the counter. DT now looking for stay all the way at the back, giving away the double kill towards Sun. They're looking for more, but Toda fires back right now. Now CM is the one trying to take out everything. His teammates will need to back him up, but his teammates are not able to get in because they don't have the amount of damage, as Toda will win the skirmish 2-3.
But that was a good attempt coming from Junjun. You saw he put his body on the line with the Dream Room, managing to at least take 2 members down from Toda, and now the pressure is on. Can they actually secure this turret? There's still a wave crashing into the base.
Oh, now it's about defense here for DTE. Sun, don't chase. Oh, okay. As long as he does not like overextend, that will be fine. But at the same time, Toda, they're aware of like the minions reaching in on the top side. They have to back up, they clear it off. Now it's all about resetting themselves. Probably going to go for the Overlord next.
True enough, I mean, it is rather rough, right? When you take a look at all these sequence of events that has happened. That puts the channel behind. Hold that top for now as the board
is my board. Catching again How alone, but this time How will not be able to survive this. Hua will be the one to secure that kill, and now it's all in for Toda to get this Overlord. DTE without How, without the Unbridled Outburst, they cannot challenge for it.
This is not looking all too good for DT. I mean, they managed to at least hold for the defenses from that previous fight, but you can see that How is also struggling right now, unable to soak up all that form of damage, and now with this Overlord coming right through, they got to pull off a perfect run. Here comes another board.
The board catches 2 within it. CM to get with Junjun. 2 big boys underneath the tower. The tower is still alive there. Toda tries to take down the tower. They do have enough minions for them to do so. Top tower cleared out in the middle. Almost down thanks to the minion. And now Toda back in the driver's seat again.
Yeah, I mean, initially I said 8,000 gold. I mean, it's actually not too different when they were actually moving into that challenge for that Tyrant. It was 6,000 then. But take a look at this channel. He still needs to keep up the space where what was currently trying to force them aside while they try to even get that spacing to clear out this Shadow Vanguard. But it's going to be a tough answer for the rest of DTE. While Toda, they cannot afford to miss that because one mistake, it could give them a little bit more leeway for DTE to turn their tides around.
And that's where Toda, they're looking to try to bait out the members of DTE, but it looks like CCS coming in from the side, and the Dream Room to escape. How are they going to escape for the rest of Toda right now? Going in with the World is by board activated, and now it's all about Toda, probably wrapping things up with Hua taking out Cheche, but DTE, they will not go down without a fight, but Anda, he's just too strong. Anda is controlling the situation. Multiple starts here and there, as Toda will take Game 1.
Beautiful stuff coming from Toda. I mean, the sequence of how they've been able to control the map, and then on the final couple of fights that we actually saw, it was those boards being set up by Stay that really calls the shots on some of all these fights. And what can the rest of DTE actually answer back when they were locked right in? They are being forced to a fight that they don't even want to participate in. So that was just great game sense coming in from all the members of Dota. So, of course, I am proven wrong, and I'm glad that I am.
Well, Contra, you did say 2-1, so this could be the one. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Just putting out there, I'll get your back, buddy. But let's check out some of these numbers here, right? So look at Hua Hua. He's a menace in this round, 705. And this guy, he builds as a tank main. As a tank main, you're still able to secure 7 kills? That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how many times that he has been able to really go in for some of all these great catches, right? It started with that fight that broke loose over on the mid lane. And from that onwards, with CCS being the priority target, this Auburn actually get a lot more of that spacing to also be able to run around where the rest of DTE were kind of picking between, okay, do you actually need to aim for some of their backline carries or the ones at the front? Because they're equally huge as a threat, while Stay has been continuously disrupting them alongside with Anda to make matters worse. So DTE, I felt like in terms of the draft, they definitely do have certain priorities that they really have to run, but I want to see more impact with the Mai Shirui, where there wasn't really any form of proactiveness that we're looking at coming from BB throughout the whole entire sequence of fights that we saw so far. So I'm not too sure if this is going to be what they have actually planned out on how they want to execute, but DTE, it's kind of rough on how they've actually handled some of these team fights.
Yeah, for CM to die 5 times is definitely not part of their plan there. But it's part of Dota's plan to shut down the clutch man himself. And CM, not able to secure a single kill, died 5 times, and look at the amount of damage taken by him. It's almost on par with Zun Zun. Well, that's normal for a clutch laner, but in this case, with the fact that he still end up dying 5 times, well, I can say that that's actually a good move by Dota to put a lot more focus on the CM during the laning phase.
True enough. I mean, overall, CM so far has had a little bit of that struggle. I mean, initially, of course, he's going to have a little bit of smooth time until some of all these skirmishes happen where CM, he's got to really be the mid-shield front line of the defense, right? But with a lot of all these spacing created, especially by Anda just continuously piling on some of all these crowd control, and creating that form of space is just about good enough for Stay, Hua Hua, Sadness, and CCS to be able to pounce upon anybody that they want to lock in. So, great job coming from Dota so far. I mean, everything's falling according to their plans, as we've initially thought, hey, Dota needs to scale, right? But if they get those beautiful picks, they will just snowball out of control, and this is just the perfect result coming in from what they've been able to gain from that match.
Yeah, but Contra, I do like the fact that you point out BB's activeness in this game, right? Because if we look again at DTE's lineup, they are set up for JJ's success. That means towards the later game. Now, earlier in the game, it's all about like, okay, let's tank it out, right? You got Zun Zun, you got Hao, you got CN to be able to tank it out. So they are very dependent onto BB to be able to make those big rotations and also be involved with early pickoffs during the early game while waiting for JJ to be able to scale up. But because BB was not able to be as active as he would have liked, that allowed Dota that window to just shut them all up, because they know that the only person they need to take out, number one, is CM, because like mid-game onwards, he'll be really strong. Number two is just to try to suppress BB. Don't allow him the early game pickoffs.
Yeah, which is where the importance of the jungler came in, right? Hua Hua was always in the right position, also putting a lot of that pressure, consistently pushing out the wave, not really allowing BB on that Mai to be able to have major impact to even try to roam over onto either the clash lane or even over onto the bottom lane for them to have any big fights to be taking place out there. Instead, they took the fight over onto that mid lane, and once that mid lane erupted, it really felt like the rest of DTE, they kind of lost control from that point on, which is why you see that spike happening after that 4 minute 33 seconds mark.
Yeah, it just went pretty much all the way for Toda, for the most part, that is, because they were really in control. And we gotta think about it as well, Contra. When was the first kill for DT? It was pretty late. I believe it was like, what, 8 minutes or so that they got their first kill for themselves. Before that, it was just Toda all the way. So that's why the charges went pretty much all the way up here. But it's all the way up here for MVP in game number 1. And it's gonna be Stay from Toda.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of all these critical moments where he just drops that perfect board, especially on the final 3 fights where every single members of the rest of DT, they've been able to answer back. And even despite that, once the board locks them into place, it just allows, you know, that Charlotte to really quickly focus them down where they don't really have to worry about them running away from the power gradation or anything of sorts. So it is so beautifully played out for Stay, where he's absolutely on point on this E-Sync for today, being our first Realme MVP of our first run.
Yeah, I really love his World is My Ball, right? It's not about getting the kills, but it's about getting the control. Like, there were many times when he uses the World is My Ball, he catches like, what, 3 or sometimes even 4 players from DTE. And there was that one time where he managed to only catch Hao within it. That was when he was using the Zhang And that was fine because that was towards like the late game, whereby if you can take out the tank, you're pretty good. You have access all the way behind, and they have the damage output that time to be able to take it out quickly. Now, checking out some of the best moments here from this round, we're going to start off with the World is My Board again.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to give credit to Anda because he's always shadowing on to Stay, and over onto this perfect timing. He went up through the clash lane, get another pickoff, and then this dive set up with another board again. You saw DT tried to run, but they were unable to do so. And just like that, they got those kills, they got those turrets, and just absolutely trample upon them.
Yeah, the tower that the DTE was hoping to protect them, right? It's just like my ex, you know. You're hoping for some love. You're hoping for some protection under the tower. You're hugging the tower, but the tower doesn't give you that love and protection.
That's the reason why she's the next right now. So I get it. I've been in those situations before. I've also lost games in a similar manner of way where it's not much that you can do. Maybe it's just fated if that's going to be the case. So leaving our exit stories behind, I mean, for the rest of these members of DT, they also have to leave whatever these rough runs were back in game 1, which also calls for, of course, a fresher look into what they really want to draft, because that tempo of play that they wanted to play, maybe it has been called to be too stable, where they're not really practically looking for initiations. It was mainly Toda that was calling the shots. You saw boards after boards, and the rest of DTE, they're just kind of responding and reacting to it. DTE now has to secure some high tempo kind of gameplay, right? If that pay was banned away, they could maybe look to secure it if they really want to really up the ante a little bit. And if you're really going to be moving into this kind of draft, I guess like it could benefit DTE a little bit more in that sense to try to keep up the speed of what Dota have shown us thus far, despite them not even going on that kind of composition from that first run.
Yeah, I'm not sure if any side wants to give out the pay, frankly speaking. If they want to play it safe, they'll just ban out the pay. Because the pay is so versatile, you can kind of tank, you can kind of engage, you can kind of deal the damage as well. You can get in and out of fights very, very quickly, get chase down heroes. So pay is very, very dangerous. And of course, if you get the opportunity to do the first pick, you would want to go for the pay. So DTE, they have the first pick since they are on the blue side. So it's pretty much Toda's call if they want to ban out the pay. For the most part, yeah, you don't want to mess with the pay.
Yep, and on top of that, I mean, at least that Charlotte pick has already gone through, so they don't really have to worry about that. But what exactly is going to be played out by these two formidable clash laners? CCM now suffering a little bit of that loss, but like you did mention before, that it's going to be a very similar mindset where DTE, they don't want to see that Luna, and assumingly that pay might just be a hot pick right now. So DTE, are they going to ban it, or are they going to leave it open so that Dota considers, okay, if you don't ban it out, there's going to be a lot of other picks. I mean, there's the Zhangfei that they also have to consider. Well, that to be said, it's going to be the Mai Shiranui that's actually taken out this time, preventing Toda from picking up that hero for Sting.
Okay. And your discussion about the pay earlier on, one last chance for Toda. If not, very likely DTE might go for it. Okay, there's a chance. But if they don't go for that, of course, there are other options as well that they can go for. They can go for the loan itself. Well, then the loan has been banned out. Okay, cool. So DTE pay, let's go.
Well, they're just saying that, hey, we're just not going to allow some of all these previous runs. And as we've expected, DTE, they will now go for that kind of tempo play that they're a lot more comfortable on compared to what they have actually shown us thus far. Because if you look at Zunzun's track record, I mean, he does actually play certain tanks. But if it's going to be a tank, then maybe he's going to have those high impact. It's got to be like an Argrun, arguably an Agudo or even a Dun. But this time, I think that he's definitely looking better on this pay. Now, question is, Toda, what's going to be their response? They secured himself another run with the channels. It says that, hey, DT, you guys kind of sucked on that channel. Maybe I can show you how it's done right now. Now paired with the Diada, giving a lot of all that ample space. Of course, jokes aside, I don't mean to discredit all these players. They're looking fine. DTE followed through with what you mentioned. Elaine has been that kind of answer where, you know, we've seen the rise of Lubu coming from Nova. This kind of prevents that pick. And on top of it, pick up that Dolia where you could just refresh Death at Sunset.
I thought that Toda might consider to go for it, but it's okay. DTE went for it. Now, at the same time, DTE, they're probably looking at like a marksman after this, right? So with the fact that Long has been banned out, Dolia can pretty much at this point put a lot of focus onto a lane. Now, the type of marksman that they pick cannot be the type of like protect the president kind of type. It cannot be like a lady suit. It has to be a marksman that is able to fend for himself. So I am kind of looking at, well, I want to say at Arlie, but it's been banned out. So perhaps something more of like a DNG who is able to fend for himself a little bit more as compared to needing somebody to stick with him all the time.
Yeah, that's absolutely a great call, right? The DNG, it's going to be absolutely safe for them to actually work around with. And then when we take a look at DTE, they can now also consider a Houyi because you can also get that Burning Sun arrow to really double down on those catches as well and refresh it if it doesn't hit. Once again, if it does hit, you know, another one doesn't really hurt too much. So DTE, they drop in the respect band, just further thinning out that pull onto that clash lane. So ideally, what exactly will be a great matchup to go up against in Elaine now that they've already picked Byron, right, over on to last match for DT? It kind of goes back to the case where do you want to actually answer back with the Byron where you can't really do much when this Elaine is up in the air with the Death at Sunset? So it's a rough call regardless of the situation. So they will answer back with aggression. So that Bayin, if you can get the full combo down and not allow this Elaine to be able to press the element, then yep, by all means, this is going to be a decent pick to not only catch out the lane, but also pay at the same time because you have very squishy heroes on the side of DTE at the moment.
Now, you mentioned about the Houyi pick, right? Like, I get the idea, but I'm not a fan of it. 0% win rate so far in the MKL. I'll be worried if anyone picks the Houyi at this point, just based on the stats. But of course, the idea is great, right? Dolia refreshing the Burning Sun arrow twice. Ideally, if it hits twice onto maybe a team fight, a single person, then that'll be great. But yeah, looks like they went for the DNG instead. It's a little bit more independent type of hero. So it's great that they went for that, and they went for a little bit more a damage type or more of also a wave clearer in the Zia. So I do kind of like these final two picks by DTE as well. As for Dora, now they do have Agudo being a durable kind of hero, but right now they need a little bit more control, and that's going to come from the Nua.
Wow, this is actually huge. Doda, they really doubled down on this one. So you have plenty of all these catch opportunities out there, especially when you have Gorge Mobilization prop to look for a tower drive. And that's where you could just have this Nua to also arrive with the emergence. So consistently, Dota will be pressuring the side lanes a whole lot. When you look at the side of DTE, realistically, there's actually not much of that mobility if you actually consider, because Zia isn't exactly the most mobile of all these mages. But when that game hits the late stages of the matchup, so DTE, they will scale out of control with this Zia, amplifying all these experience gain throughout the match. So I want to see how this plays out if DTE can draw the game against Dota.
Not gonna lie, I do like DTE's draft though. I mean, you have the power pick and pay, and then you have the power combo with the Dolia, a lane combo, so that's amazing stuff. And then you have the ENG, who is more self-sustainable and able to scale up to the late game as well. So they're looking pretty solid if you ask me. Now, what will be the answer from Dota, right, when it comes to this? I believe it's going to be play start. You need to play this game really, really quickly. If not, he is just going to scale and he's just going to wreak havoc, just running down the members of Dota.
You're absolutely right. I mean, the only kind of safe guarantee that they have for the late game is the Shadow. I mean, when you look at the Mayu, yeah, realistically, you could still kind of pick her up when she's in this early stages, but once she hits over late game and you get clipped by, you know, the huge AoE knockup, then it's going to be a tough case to actually call the shots and look at this kind of direction being shown by Play. And Emergence drops right in, but it's not enough to take CC out.
Okay. But at least that emergence, even though it's not about like, okay, getting the kills in, but at least it's just to try to help Sadness to win his lane at the bottom, because you can see that he's taking a decent amount of damage, and that's totally understandable because the Dolia is there. The constant knockups do happen if you have a Dolia in the lane.
True enough, I mean, and on top of that, to also match up to that, you have the Jedi, who also will be able to consistently kick them aside. So it's a little bit of a tit for tat if they were ever to go in for those kind of full trades. And at the very least, now that we consider, you know, when we discussed about the draft on what kind of marksman they really want to pick, you got the Steven Jet, who's going to be absolutely safe to potentially use his ult twice, but I would say that Hao on the Melody will definitely have a bigger priority on those team fights to utilize it onto this lane for him to move into the fight and move out safely at the very same time.
One of our other highlight conversations, right, is going to be CM, the Mr. Clutchman himself. We can see that DTE, they kind of suffered when CM is not able to perform. So in this round, Dota, that's something that they might want to consider as well, to try to put a little bit more focus onto CM. But so far, there hasn't been any rotation up to the Clash lane just yet. Maybe something that we will see later, perhaps.
Yeah, potentially so. I mean, it's been an equal trading thus far over on to the marksman lane, farm lane, I would say. And to also go into your point, right? Not exactly the easiest target to actually take down Mayi, where she could just flee away by double tapping whatever to second ability for her to just actually rock away to safety. So you gotta find that perfect timing where enough damage has been done to this Mayi, then maybe that pickup can actually happen. But I'm definitely interested on who actually gets the bigger priority onto this upcoming turn, because at this moment the waves are going to crash towards the side of Dota. That kind of sets things up, but take a look at Stay's position. He's looking for an emergence at any point in time, and here it is.
And here comes the emergence. Anda just poking them through. But then again, everyone's just saving their skills because they know that time is going to be up in about 5 more seconds, so you don't want to blow all your skills at this point and not able to challenge for the Tyrant.
Yeah, quick CP coming in from Hua as well to Lee's gain a little bit more that control back onto the river while pressuring Jun as well. So first dips from the side of Dota, just like how they did in the last game.
Yeah, Dota again control of the Tyrant. Great zoning done by CCS at the side as well, not allowing DTE to come anywhere close to the Tyrant, allowing Dota to secure it, no sweat at all.
Yeah, so far, very smooth sailing. Now injecting first a little bit more of that lead. Now, over on the Cash lane, pretty much quiet, but it is going to be a little bit of tussle. Oh, Lord, look at the damage being done by CC so far.
Well, if we were to assess the clash lane right now, looks like CM is having a good time considering that there were no rotations onto him. And he's able to control CCS, even able to steal away the jungle minion closest to him. And if we were to look at the overall level between the two clash laners, CM has that slight advantage.
Yeah, it is definitely expected for a little bit, but here comes the dive.
Oh, 2-on-1. JJ is all alone, but he somehow still surprises. And from the side, how came in at the right time and the rotation came to counter back onto Dora. Beautiful trade-off that happened at the bottom.
That was just perfect execution on the timing. CM just arriving to the scene, slams in with the Death at Sunset, catching them both, and I would say Dora, he absolutely overaggressed, and this time it's gonna be a lot harder for Hua to really hold them right through, but at the very least, stops the bleeding, stops them from taking that tier 1 turret, while CCS is slowly chunking down that top side. So if there's gonna be any form of response, it's only gonna be that from that D&J. It's not much that they can do. Dora is still getting trades done.
Oh, and they're going on to JJ. JJ might go down, but here comes the cavalry. Here's the Death by Sunset onto Sadness. Sadness will be the next one to fall in the fight at the top. CM secures that kill, and this is what we talked about. Now CM is starting to scale.
Yeah, just take a look at this beautiful run. CC managing to survive and just popping the flash in the right time, and then that's where Hao drops right in, supported by CM, setting them up for success. So a little bit of that overaggression, but it didn't seem like it's too costly because Dora has managed to also respond in kind. And the sequence of events as it follows, what we did miss out is that DTE, from that skirmish that they did manage to kind of override, they secured themselves the Overlord.
Also gotta give props to Stay and his Annihilation, right, to secure the kill onto JJ, based on the highlight that we saw earlier on that was not really mentioned. Yeah, because the focus was on to DTE earlier on, getting trade-off. But anyway, in the middle, looks like both sides poking each other. And they were trying to find this opportunity to get that next kill. That Sunset here by CM. He's going in all alone. He is alone, but still able to get the kill onto Sadness. Now the chase is happening with Hao on the side to him, providing that extra support.
Yeah, Sadness kind of out of position, but here's a little bit more.
Oh, CCS went down the rest of JJ, and CM gotta be extra careful. The tower is still active though, so they cannot dive in just yet.
Wow, it really felt like they've woken up the beast. CM right now on those 3 kills. He just saw that Sadness is out of position, and Sadness knows that even if he burns that flash, there's no way that he could escape from the wrath of what this Elaine could actually offer. So it was kind of rough. I mean, the way that they tried to out-macro some of the members of DTE, they are just having those instant responses, and now somebody's got to really handle this Elaine. And looking at these kind of crowd controls that they have, it's not really firm crowd controls that they could really fully lock down this Elaine. That could prove to be very problematic moving to the late game.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem with the fact that Dora, nobody can 1v1 CM at this point. They need to take it as a team fight to try to take down the CM. But within the team fight, you cannot put CM as a focus as well. You need to also consider that, okay, Hao is there. You have to consider that BB is there. So you have to consider that JJ is there. So this is starting to be a problem for Dora, the fact that CM is now at his power spike.
True enough. Meanwhile, speaking of power spike, Pure Sky being purchased from the side of CCS might be able to actually soak a little bit more of that pressure, allowing the Clash laner to be able to impact more onto what happens in some of all these team fights. Great Annihilation hitting over on BB, but not finding anything quite yet. But look at the top portion of the map. This is once again CM getting the free farm, getting himself that priority to secure himself a turret, but he's looking for a TP down towards the bottom wave. So Dora, they're not going to be moving too far off of this mid lane, and they will just have to give that away to DTE.
CM saying, you shall not pass. The moment you come close to the tower at the bottom, he makes that rotation down, he clears it off, and now he's pushing the bottom. When Sadness is going towards the top, so a lot more focus onto the top and the middle, while CM has that space to push at the bottom. He cleared out the wave, and now he's playing a little bit safer because he probably kind of feels that CCS is missing, and that's why he let that one go. Look at how smartly CM just goes in and out of the lane.
Yeah, they're quickly snatching their Azure Golden at every same time, but it seems like the spike drops are in and they want to fight.
Oh, they're looking for it, and that takes a lot of damage. How is pretty low as well. And the target will be How. How will be the first one to fall underneath this tower. But then again, it's a roamer. It's a roamer, people. It's fine.
Wow, just look at how quickly Toda actually bails out the moment that CM drops in with the Death at Sunset. And because they're so scattered, this is a free reign onto the turret up mid. And it's just rough. Toda, they burned so many flashes just to get away from this lane.
Yeah, and with the fact that they put all those flashes like what you said, this is going to be a free tyrant for the side of DTE. Toda, they're looking to try to trade it off by getting this overlord. But because again, the lane, CM is there. It's giving the PTSD now.
Yeah, I mean, nobody can actually handle him at this moment, like you've said prior to this. And even despite them thinking, hey, we can actually look for that Overlord takedown just to going for the exchange, it's a no-go. Look at how quickly DT actually clears it off. As much as it looks like DT is actually having the driver's seat, currently it's about 2,000 to 3,000 of a goal difference. It's still manageable, but Toda, they really gotta find that big pickoff. But who exactly can they really catch? Because you gotta also remember, Junsun can just 100-0 somebody if they're off of position, and Sadness so far really struggling in this matchup. I'm not too sure if he could actually have any form of impact, and right now looking to secure something up at the top, forcing CC to back away.
Yeah. They might be able to secure the tower though, which is a lot more valuable than CCS himself. Objective secured. Now they have the entire top jungle open for the side of DTE. And for Toda, now for them, yes, like what you said, they're able to keep pace in terms of the net worth, in terms of the goal, even in terms of the kills. But the problem right now that they need to solve is how to break through DTE.
Yeah, they gotta find a way to zone out How away from CM so that they don't get that refresh from the Death at Sunset. Easier said than done, though. And that being said, Toda calling the shots.
Alright, Toda going in. They're gonna start it off. We're getting the kill onto How, taking out the support. And Toda all of them pretty low and JJ gets on that, Junsun gets stay. Toda, they fell apart after the one engagement, but then again, at least the trade-off is still pretty worth it, but not until CCS went down. And the rest of DTE, they're pretty low as well, so they cannot continue on the chase, but that's fine. They traded off 2 players for 3.
I consider that a little bit of a win considering that they are behind. And now they do get themselves that priority on that Overlord right at this moment. It is definitely a rough win. How is the first one to be caught away? You saw that there was no instant response to even pop that flash because that was how quick Toda actually strike. Knowing that there's gonna be somebody inside the brush, they don't really care who exactly it is. They're just gonna ensure that we go for this pick off. Ideally we get out, but because DT was nearby, they did at least catch out some of these members behind. So that being said, it's still pretty much worrying, but up to this moment, even despite all that has happened, that Elaine moved in rather late because he was a little bit further off. But if he was anywhere close by and it was a big Death at Sunset, that could have actually been a little bit more difficult to handle for Toda.
And it's not bad that Toda actually took out How in a team fight, right? Because you don't want the Celestial Melody to be activated, giving people like CM the double Death at Sunset at that point, and also to give a little bit more control to the team fight with his Ode. So it's okay to take out How, and that's absolutely fine. And then you can start to focus on the others. But the problem now is that the counter by DTE, they do have the damage output. They have scaled to the point that they can easily burst down the members of Toda, and that's how the bigger trade-off happened for DTE, even though they lost How, who's the one to be able to sustain them.
Exactly, and on top of that, now regaining that tempo has already looked to surpass the lead that DT held by securing that Overlord. So they're putting enough pressure so that they can also work onto this Tyrant, but keep in mind there is going to be a little bit of that tussle as we're looking at the rest of DTE slowly coming across, but it's a little too late. Both objectives falling in favor of the side of Toda right now, and look at Sadness, he's getting back on track in terms of that goal to also match up with the D-Ringe. So for having that Doomsday up online. So we're going to look whether or not can Hua actually farm up that catch. Annihilation provide a little bit of that vision as the rest of Toda. They want to secure this, but Universal Law is not enough to quite clear out the minions. So they will have to give this away to Toda.
Ooh, at the moment Toda got that mid tower, that will open up the jungle for them to explore. And DTE, they will be forced to defend the jungle right now. CCS, waiting at the side but just to provide a little bit more vision. Zun Zun checks the bush. Good move there by Zun Zun. Just to try to shoo away CCS.
Well, look at both sides really looking to have a firm control over onto the mid portion of the map. Just a little bit of an emergence to be pulled back just to get a little bit more of that vision control, and that's kind of what Nuwa is best at, having great vision control around the map. Speaking of which, they managed to actually spot out the Agudo, another annihilation being dropped right in to try to deter any form of aggression coming from the side of DTE. Now, I want to see Toda to handle the side lane pressures a little bit better because they don't want to face up against EM, which is why that they are kind of forced to play a 4-1 kind of formation. But once they actually get a better hold, I think that they can actually firm something up and make life miserable for Zun Zun.
I was sweating there. If Zun Zun actually walked into the bush, he's pretty much a goner. Toda waited very, very patiently for that to potentially happen, but lucky enough it did not. Keep your eye on the CCS coming from behind, and looks like Zun Zun will get the first kill on the Sadness. The biggest damage dealer for the side of Toda is currently down, but also CCS, he wanted to backstab, but how was there to take him out instead? Zun Zun went up and that's fine again. Another one-bar trade-off for DTE.
That was a misposition coming from Sadness, and Zun Zun wasted no time. Immediately he gets a little glimpse of that vision, he just moved right through. So because of that, DTE now having the driver's seat, getting their control over onto this Overlord.
Ooh, there's Sunset buying a little bit more time for the security Overlord. It falls to the hands of DTE, and JJ will lock it in. Beautiful zoning done by CM.
Ah, man, that feels so rough for Sadness because of some of all these mispositioning. They get punished instantaneously, and Toda understood that, okay, we don't have our marksman. This is going to be pretty rough, where they will only have Hua to be able to send, you know, the Gorge mobilization to try to form up a steal. But DTE, you saw how quickly they responded, and that's kind of like what the power to pay really holds, right? You could just burn somebody down, ideally the marksman, which was absolutely checked. If they could do it again, Toda might actually crumble. So next fight, I want to see this channel to be placed maybe a little bit deeper in before jumping into the fight.
Well, you might see the next fight soon. Here as Toda is looking for their advantage. CCS from the side will force out the Dead Sunset. And from the side as well, Annihilation, but it's a little bit too far. Sadness now being chased down. Sadness is in trouble. Instead now, CCS is going to be buying a little bit more time for Sadness to get away. Sadness survives this one.
Oh, take a look at the waves at the very same time. Those Vanguards are already crashing over the top quadrant, and this is just pretty rough. I mean, great job on Sadness, where even despite not having the flash available, he has been able to survive, but that almost took himself as well as CCS out. So no priority given over side of Toda. They send the Annihilation, getting a glimpse, but they know that they can afford to challenge for this turret. So DTE going for a smooth recovery, all just 100 of a difference right now between the two teams. So it boils down to one full-blown 5v5 kind of fight to really settle the scores. So Toda, you just gotta play it very defensively, and if they could just catch out Zun Zun or even CC in some of these fights, they might be able to turn things around.
It's so 50-50 right now, Contra. One fight win by either side, or maybe one ace by either side. That could be the end of this round. It's so close right now. Well, Toda, they tried to defend their T2 in the middle, as DTE will look to take it down, and now they've access into the jungle entirely with T2 down. But they still retain their own T2. It's not as easy for Toda to get into their jungle. Now, DTE, again, they're back in control of the situation.
Sure enough. And you know what makes matters worse is that this CM is currently over leveled because of the Zia. He is just providing all that wealth of EXP for him to just go pretty much overclocking right now at level 17. So makes life a lot harder for Toda, where we talked about that early game spike that they had initially. Toda now loses that control, so they got to really find those opening picks, and CM is definitely going to be the priority target.
Yeah, he is the target man, but now Zun Zun might be the first target man. Okay, Zun Zun. Managed to resurrect in such a time, but CCS onto Zun. Last hit, flashes forward, tries to get to Zun, but CCS not able to secure that kill. Backup arrived just in time. CCS, unfortunately, mission failed.
Oh, here comes CM. He knows that he doesn't really have much left available. CCS has forced the flash up, and here goes the rest of these members as they will have to fight for the Tempest currently being spawned. So this could be a chance for Toda. They do have maybe a little bit of room to maybe snug up the steal, but they're trying to form up pressure in order to force DT to back away, but it is a catch!
Oh, CCS is in trouble. Then a sunset on the CCS! CM all the way to get CCS! What a world trade there! And here we go. The chase is happening still, as CM is still wrecking havoc onto the backline. Hua, where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna run? Come back here! Round two for Hua as he goes down!
They just really hammered them down on that position where Toda kind of tried to hold them firm, but once CM arrives, they just got depleted. And now they don't really need the Tempest. They all they really need is this wave to crash all the way through, forcing a flash.
No!
And this is it.
That's it. It is definitely going to be an ace, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, it is going to be a win. Locked in by DTE. They will not go down without a fight.
That was the sweatiest match I've seen come in from these two teams. I mean, the last time that they fought, it was a 2-1 record, and now we're going back for more. Both sides now even the score lines, and this final match is gonna make or break a certain team. Toda desperate for this win because they're definitely on the brink of relegation, while DTE, they want to maintain their current run in order to move safer into the top 4. And you can see they're fighting to the nail, but this round, all eyes were on CM because once he pops that death at sunset, you see everybody was running for their lives. Let's take a look into some of all these items because it's been crazy on how they've been able to navigate those fights, but throughout it all, BB was not taken a single time at all, having all the resources available to the point that he's even built that Sisyphus cloak in order to sustain even more with the magic shield that it actually provides. But overclocking CM was the best choice for BB.
Yeah, absolutely, right? You want to funnel everything to the clutch man. Now, in a regular team setup, you want to funnel everything to your farm lane, but when it comes to DTE, you know that CM is the clutch man. You want to give everything to the clutch man. So look at this, right? You gotta think about it. Okay, BB overclocking CM, that's one. And then you have How with the Dolia, giving him the Celestial Melody, allowing him to use the Day of Sunset twice. So it's like the setup, it's like, dude, this is all for you. You gotta carry the game. And true enough, it did. Now, the difference between Game 1 and Game 2 is that Toda did not stop CM at the early stage during the laning phase.
Yeah, and to make matters worse, right? Even if you want to target the lane, this is technically a full tank build other than the Sparkport dagger that he actually built, so it's actually not worthwhile to even commit onto the lane. And you just saw the amount of impact that he has throughout the entirety of the skirmish. I would dare say that at least Thea has really put in some really big numbers into this matchup, but moving into the late game, there's not going to be any form of impactful emergence where you could just try to catch out the Zia or even How. And that kind of puts them into this really sticky situation, right? Because CCS, he needed to find an impactful pickoff, and it wasn't easy if he wants to jump onto Junsu. He does have the Pure Sky, and even if you want to move into Junsu, he could just cleanse himself away and once again going for those big resets. So this was getting harder and harder moving to the late game phase, where we saw in most cases these two were pretty much dead even on those score lines of goal, but it's just big impact plays coming from the entirety of DTE.
Yeah, and you mentioned about it getting harder and harder during the later stages. It did get harder and harder, especially when CM has BB and How just moving around the map together with him, providing him that extra support. Yeah, there were times that, CM, breaks off from the team. He does his typical Clash Laner thing, like just trying to shove up the waves at the side. That's cool. But there were also times where they roam together as a trio. And that was also one of the reasons why he's able to scale towards the later stages of the game, where he is well stacked up and he's able to do his own thing. Now, Deche, he had that space just because of how CM has been controlling the map as well, because he's just everywhere across the map.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting graph, right? Where we saw Dodak to be taking a decent lead in those early exchanges, and then DTE started to actually secure themselves a lot of all these objectives ever since they have been able to take out the first Overlord, and at the very same time, there was Dodak to be able to secure the Tyrant, but a lot of these fights were being forced by the rest of DTE because they know that, hey, if I pressure the rest of these members well enough, they burn those flashes, I could go at them again, and again. And that's where they had a little bit of ramp up until that Shadow Overlord was reclaimed by Dodak eventually. So it was an interesting round where it just snowballed out of control once DTE have been able to please win out that fight around the top side of that river, moving into that 15-minute run.
Yeah, it could have gone Dodak's way as well, right? If they were to win that fight, because it was a 50-50. It was truly a 50-50 towards the end. I could say that. If Dodak got the ace against DTE while maintaining maybe 4 players or maybe 3 core players, then they could have ended the game. But it was easier said than done, just because of who are you going to target? Do you want to target Natolia, who is giving that support, or do you want to target CM, who is pretty tanky? So decisions. But the decision here for MVP this time is not going to be CM. It's going to be JJ instead.
Yeah, I really do like his positioning in some of all these team fights where he's been able to actually churn out some really high output overall. But of course, he wasn't exactly that kind of flashy player when you're going to be on a Fever and Chase. So credit where credit is due. The rest of the members have been able to provide just about enough safety net to be able to have that high impact that was required. Despite, we saw that in that early game, he didn't really have that priority initially, but once the game runs deeper and deeper into the mid game, you start to see to really getting activated, and that's how eventually he secures himself the Realme MVP.
You know that one advice that my mom gave me as a kid?
Tell me about
it.
You
don't need a flashy player. You need a steady player. And that is JJ.
Did your mom say that? Wow.
Well, yeah, I remember her giving me some tips on HOK when I was a kid. So, yeah, that was something that I remembered.
Yeah, she is an absolute legend if that's to be the case. I mean, that to be said, though, take a look at all these highlight reels that's involving, BB dropping in that universal law perfectly, and majority of all these fights, and then at the very same time, it allows CM to be poised in position. Sometimes it doesn't really matter if how drops or not, because once they overclock this CM to be a monster, it was just out of control for the rest of Dota to even form something in response, to even try to reach all the way to the backline.
Oh, but look at this, right? That chase onto CCS, man, this was beautiful. That was the defining moment for a DTE to wrap things up. The moment they got CCS, they know that, okay, nobody's gonna backstab us from behind, and all they need to do is just focus on what's in front of them. They got those kills, they wrapped the game, just like that.
Yeah, I can see why Tsuse also got the MVP, because he created that final blow to drop his ultimate and, of course, close out that run. But, of course, there's a lot more to that. So, kudos. Now, they got to treat this as a best of 1 because they are locked in to have a tied result 1-1. Now, this is looking pretty spicy. So, what's your take? Toda, DTE. I mean, both are actually on fire today. Not gonna lie. I mean, I take my words back when I said, maybe DTE is looking super on form. And then back in game 1, Toda just show us the whammy, right? Just slams onto them back in game 1, not having much of a response coming from DTE. And then DTE recovered so swiftly. Even what really went on in game 2 is that DTE, they know that Toda is going to be going for very aggressive plays. So instead, it's like, okay, you can go for those tyrants. I'm going to form up a response. I'm going to take those opposite side of the objective that you're not aiming on, so that we are always on the move. We're always on the ball, and that's the best countermeasure coming from DTE.
Ooh, I mean, to answer your question on who's going to win this one, okay, I'll just put it objectively, right? If Toda is able to suppress CM, just like how we saw in game 1, most of their rotations were towards the clash lane. Like they go up, they catch CM, they get like 3 kills during like the first like 5 minutes or so or something like that, and not allowing CM to play at all, then yeah, I would say Toda will be able to win this. But if they allow CM that space to farm, that space to just, win the lane, I mean, in a lane versus a Mayan, arguably a lane will be able to win just because of the level of durability that he has against the Mayan, and of course the skill level of CM as well on the clash lane. You bundle that all together, then DTE will be able to win this. So I would say that the defining factor here is that how much will Toda be able to control CM?
Well, that goes down to how they actually reaffirm us with this draft, right? Because look at some of the picks that have been played out. There was the Elaine, there was the Byron that was pretty much written off. So right now, I'm thinking that they're going to be locking away certain picks like the Mayin so that he doesn't really get onto such a hero. And CM, last round, he was not just the clutch man, he was the chaos man, because every time his job was to stir them in his team fights, causing them to run multiple directions, and that's where DT kind of slowly struck them down one after another. Now, quickly as we go, first ban onto the Lung as well as the Luna. That has remained to be the major constant. So you guys could definitely look at those picks that have went by over on the past 2 games right above the bans. The pool is thinning out. So what will be some available picks that's going to be pretty crucial for Toda to secure?
Okay. I'm looking at, oh man, the Arlie has been banned twice in a row. Final ban by DT. If it's not the Arlie, yeah, okay, sorry, Arlie.
Right.
It has to go. You won't see the light of day. But Toda, they can still pick the Pei though, so that can be an option for them. Pei is able to rotate quickly as well, so that could be that could be the answer for them. But looks like they're gonna go with the Dharma, which is fine. It's also one of those stable clash team picks. But now they must think like the Dharma is gonna go up to CM. So what is CM gonna pick to try to match up with the Dharma instead?
Well, they haven't really played out the Yin, so I think it's going to be a decent answer if DT wants to actually lock that a little bit later on. But what's interesting to note is that there is going to be a Yuhuan Marco Polo combination where it kind of tells you that there's going to be big setups to be playing around this farm lane in particular. Toda, they got to find something to be able to catch them in out of position, and once they do lock in, then they really have to kind of put a little bit more of that push and pull, right? So high mobility composition coming from the side of Toda, they can just strike wherever they want, especially now bringing the Dune to be able to hop into the fray using his unruly blade. And it's definitely going to be all eyes on CCS on this Dharma. If he can land a Beautiful Truth mantra to be able to really shut them off completely or absolutely zone them out. And I forgot, it was Toda that was on that Charlotte, so they're gonna respond in kind. It seems like the rest of DTE, they have that confidence in CM on running on this hero.
Yeah, high mobility, Charlotte going up against the Dharma. So this could be interesting, right? Of course, with high mobility, one thing about CM and his gameplay, he's able to backstab teams. So he might come up with a surprise check onto whoever's on the back line. So it's going to be important for the Dharma to face check Charlotte all the time to know exactly where he is, not allowing him to surprise Toda from behind when it comes to team fights. Now, on Toda's composition as well, because they pick the lady soon, so it's going to be Protect the President for them. And in typical fashion of Protect the President, you want to pick the Zhang Fei together with it. If it's not the Zhang Fei, the Dia is not too bad, or maybe the Ming as well is not too bad. So there are a lot of roam heroes that Toda can pick to support the Lady Sun that DT just can't ban all of them.
Looking at the bans, I mean, did the Zhangfei actually slide out of the minds of DTE? Because it's currently available and it's not over onto the ban radars as well. I think that that is going to be a decent answer if they were to allow it to go true. Or did I actually miss something here? Because looking at the past games, well, the Zhangfei was not actually picked up. So that said, they have respected that, hey, this Yuhuan could potentially move into the mid lane, so let's guarantee it. Let's ban out the Lianpo. So DT, if they were to call for that flex pick instead of a support Yuhuan, they could actually go for that instead. So instead, it will be Lady Zen. So that confirms that this Yuhuan is going to the farm lane.
Okay, so Toda can pick the Zhangfei. It's pretty nice as well to also counter the Fervor Barrage by Marco Polo. So, and also to protect Lady Sun as well. So I think that's pretty nice. If they truly don't want that because they already have a Dune that's pretty durable, they can still go for the Ming that can just babysit Lady Sun all the way. If it's not a Ming, maybe... Okay, they can't pick the Dia, so that's out of the window. So they're gonna go for Dolia. Interesting. Okay, so the Dolia Dune combo and maybe even the Princess Force with the Winter is here could be something that they're thinking of. But that also means that the Dune will play a bigger role of protecting Lady Sun.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I really do like the adaptation coming from Dota at the very same time. I mean, they do have decent sustain to keep this Dune running alongside with this Dolia, right? So it's a lot of babysitting duties, but is it beefy enough just relying onto Dune as well as the Dharma? Because right now, look at the damage output, it could be a cause for concern because of the pickup of Lady Sin, where whenever they go in for a catch, and now they really want to double down the catch. Wow, okay. So that is going to be a jungle Yuhuan that we're seeing here from DTE, if that's to be the case.
Okay, interesting. That threw me off. I thought it would have been like, okay, since they picked the Lady Sun, maybe it's a support Yuhuan or something like that. But okay, jungle Yuhuan, interesting with the Sake pick. And Sake is able to sustain their team in team fights. Now, when it comes to draft, right, Contra, do you have a preference? Because I personally, I'm looking at Dota's draft a little bit more.
I do like the ease of execution of Dota, but you gotta think about DTE. Once they land those catches, it's going to be pretty tough for Dota to actually respond. But if you were to jump onto DTE, they also do have strong sustain to keep themselves safe at the very same time. So, oh, it's gonna be a tough call as we will now move into the final matchup between Dota versus DTE.
Man, durability will be the question mark for DTE with this draft, right? I believe that they will be banking on Sake to try to sustain them with his heals, and that's pretty much going to be about it. But when it comes to durability, absorbing damage, it's going to be pretty difficult. But anyway, looking at DTE's first few movements, they are playing this rather aggressively into the jungle side of Dota.
As they should. I mean, DTE, they really gotta utilize their early game power spikes. Looking at the Mulberry power, not enough to actually secure the steal, but does a chunk over on the side of CCS. Now, talking about the sustain department, Zun on his ult, he could also provide, you know, a little bit of shielding, a little bit more of that sustain for them to actually work around with as well if they want to use it defensively. So I guess that's one way to work around, where I guess you still kind of have to rely on CM to work together with Tzu so that they can combine some of all these multi-angle flanks. Where who do you want to focus first? Do you want to focus on taking out the Marco Polo, or do you want to clear out the Charlotte? You gotta take your pick.
But Anda puts himself in an awkward position. Anyway, here comes Sadness. Sadness takes a lot of damage, but Sadness needs that protection by Anda. Anda is still the front man for now. Trying to draw them out because the rotation by stay happened, but DTE, they read that well. They did not overcommit themselves.
Yeah, very clean work coming in from Dota to be able to at least peel away from danger and also stealing the beast away. So that goes in the hands of the Princess Frost. So stay. You gotta also take note. I mean, I do understand why you said, hey, you prefer Dota's draft, because it's easier to actually catch somebody when you have that double underleaf blade. And on top of that, with Winter is here, it's gonna zone a lot of all these area away.
Yeah, and it's also pretty textbook, right? If you kind of think about it, you have durability, you have support, you have a late game, you have pretty much a mobility as well with Dharma. So I would say they have bits and pieces of everything, and it's pretty textbook to execute. Like what you say, it's not that complicated. So that's why I'm looking at Dora's draft to be the better draft here. And if you're like down to a match point game, I'm not sure if you want to try stuff, right? You want to go back to something that you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And then you think about the ability to counter some of all these advancements coming from DT. You want that Fever Barrage? Okay, cool. I'm going to drop that with your Azure. Where exactly will you go, right? So it is kind of tough, especially when you have CCS also being ready with the Church Mantra. So I think really a lot of all these disputes is how good can these Clash gamers get into the mid-game tempo. If they can have high impact, it's gonna be great. And I guess there's a late game insurance in CM. Hold that thought for the moment. They're jumping on CC.
Oh, the jump back is happening right now onto stage. Pretty low, but the first blood will fall to the hands of Cheche as DTE right now. They managed to trade back a couple of kills, but it's a 2-4-2 for both sides.
Tit for tat right there, and still looking for more comings of Sadness. I would consider that to be a little bit more win for the side of Dota because Sadness stayed alive in that fight. 2 kills went over on the stay, and like what we actually talked about actually happened. Fever Barrage, yeah, secured 1 kill at the very least, or even 2. But that being said, Stay responded just like that. Oh, what a steal!
Okay, that was a close one there. That was a close one. Celestial Melody reset up Hua Hua, allowing him to escape. That was pretty dangerous there.
That was a smooth criminal right there. Hua Hua went in and out. I mean, he just took out that burger out there and called it a day. Fever Barrage!
Fever Barrage at the stay, allowing Cheche to get that kill. In fact, getting a double kill in the process. What an execution by DTE as they look for more right now. Hua Hua will need to get away. Sun Sun's on his way as well, but before that, Sun Sun secures the red buff. Dora cannot challenge for it unless they really want to. Looks like they might, but Dora not able to get close enough thanks to the mobility power.
Susu, he was an absolute daredevil. He expected some members to be hiding inside that brush, and just like that, he called the shots. He didn't really have that Purify up online. He does not care because he knows his teammate has his back. House already providing him just about enough sustain to fully channel that Fever Barrage to get that double. Now he's back on track, and just like that, the rest of DT, they're hunkering down, trying to overwhelm these members of Dota to defend underneath the turret, and there's just not going to be much of that avenue, but beautiful stuff coming in from DT.
Okay, I'm going to put this out at the point of discussion, right? Did you see CM being suppressed this round in the first 5 minutes?
Not at all.
There you go.
Yeah, I guess like later that is going to be answered very quickly while Jun Jun tries to trade back.
Oh, they still try though. Hua Hua's tanking a lot of damage. Hua Hua is in trouble right now. Hua Hua will be taken out by none other than the clutch man, CM.
Wow, just like that. Who's gonna manage him? Well, nobody, like you said. Hua Hua overextended. Was it really worth it for the Azure? I think not, but let's take a look at this again. This sequence of events where Tete, he pulled back, and then that destructive deluge that hit over on the stage further affirms that channeling of that Fever Barrage, and that's kind of how they went in blow for blow. And this is where, when they try to extend, to try to steal it away, he commits once more. Bad lad, this guy, I tell you.
But speaking about commitment, this commitment by DTE to try to take out the buff here from the hands of Dora. Dora shoots them away, zoning them out. So far, so good. But DTE, they fight back. At the end of the day, it's still going to be Hua Hua securing the buff for themselves, not stolen away by DTE.
Yeah, meanwhile, while all of that ruckus was going on, there's nobody managing the top quarter of the map, and just like that, they secured themselves a free tier 2 over onto the Clash lane. And DT now has a lot more room to play their macro game. They challenge another Azure this time. More members dropping through, jumping onto Zun Zun.
Oh, Zun Zun receives a decent amount of damage, but same goes for Stay as well. So both sides are pretty low. They know that it's not worth it for them to continue on the chase. And now DTE having the wave advantage, immediately takes down the mid tower. And with the mid tower down, 45 more seconds before the tire's up, they have the advantage.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the sequence of events once again. They move in, get that perfect jump over on Sadness, where the rest of the members of Dota were nowhere close by to provide any form of safety net for Sadness. They gotta ensure that that does not happen again, or else it will be very devastating, because you ideally want to protect that precedent. That was the first strike. Second strike, I mean, you gotta change precedents, man, if that's the case.
Well, I guess voting is not going to happen anytime soon. There's a term for that, so they have to stick with the current president and still try to protect him. But speaking about protection, CCS is all alone up there, clearly not protected by any of his other teammates. But he was looking for the opening to try to backstab. But the moment JJ rotated into the jungle, exposed him, now he has to back off. They are playing the defensive game now.
Yeah, I'm still waiting whether or not can this Dharma have any form of impact in those fights. Current sitting at 0-0-0, he was just matching waves after waves, and I want to see those true mantras, whether if they can just cause a little bit more disruption hitting these fights, where you can see BTE is just having those free reign where they're going unpunished, but understandably so, because right at this moment, they're not exactly in the right position, but they want it.
Oh, they're going in! Sun Sun targeted at first. JJ is the one to take down CCS instead from the side. Hua Hua falls to the hands of Sun Sun. And as of now, DTE in control of the situation. 3 players of Dota, they have to play the defense.
And that was a rough call. I mean, they kind of overstepped into their own jungle, forcing themselves into a choke point. Right now, DTE, they have this huge wave crashing right through.
Ooh, just waiting for the next wave right now. Or maybe for the 10th minute mark. So now they're going to play the chill game. DTE is just going to clear off the entire jungle. Once the 10th minute mark arrives, they're going to go for the next Tyrant instead.
Yeah, so far it's been pretty impeccable on how well guarded Sisse is in the majority of all these instances, and even if he's unguarded, I think that the rest of them can actually follow suit in some of all these fights whenever he drops that Fever Barrage. CM now completes the Pure Sky. He will be able to form up a little bit more of that pressure, so whether if he wants to go in for a split push, he can also manage to do so. Now, here comes the Tyrant. I want to see if Dota can actually stash this one away. I mean, they have a lot of countermeasures they got to put into place. The last fight, we saw that Truth Mantra kind of used preemptively, but CCS wasn't exactly in the prime position, only knocking onto one member. And this is not going to be an easy case for them to really have an affirmative challenge, so they might have to let this one slide and maybe look at the other side if they want to try to fight for the Overlord instead.
Beautiful zoning by BB, just throwing those skills on the ground, not allowing Dota to come anywhere close. And the Tyrant's now down to 50%. Dota, they have to make their move soon. But then again, Sadness is not together with them. And look at the middle. Look at the middle. JJ is zoning out. Sadness and CCS. 2 players zoned out by 1.
Yeah, it's like he's just kind of playing this tug of war. He's like, okay, I know you guys are kind of sitting around that Overlord. I'm just going to try to fake you out for a little bit. And there's into a 1v1 duel. Speaking of a duel.
Oh, here comes the match gets 2 behind. Beautifully done by How. As How is going to kill on to stay. And Sadness goes down as well. There goes the president of CCS. It's going to be the next time. And CCS flashes the same thing. But CM says, no, you come back here. I'm the bigger clash later. CM looking for more. And to get an ace against Dota. DTE will be able to claim the victory out of the hands of Dota.
Impeccable finish coming in from DTE Gaming. What an incredible run. What a sweaty ending, but that was the cleanest that we've seen throughout the series. You saw how many resets this Charlotte actually get on the passive, just slowly shredding them like hot knife through butter. And that is how destructive the Clutchman has been throughout the entire run. Oh boy. Where do we even begin? I mean, Dota, I feel like they pick a lot of all these heroes to really form countermeasures, but it was too overbearing. And you know what? You guys have definitely been at the edge of your seat. There was that code right down below. Quickly grab it. Just rewind it a little backwards if you guys miss it, and you should be able to just drop it over onto claiming that CD key. So, boy, what a series this was. I mean, Sir Cloud, from game one all the way to the finish line, there was so much of all these back and forth. And in this round itself, all eyes were actually locked. We were talking so much about CM, but Tete, he popped off. Like, those initial fights on that farm lane, that was kind of what broke majority of these members of Toda initially.
Yeah, and there were times that he did that split push as well at the top to provide a lot more pressure, taking down tower objectives, just putting Toda in a very difficult position. That the fact that their jungle is exposed after the tower went down. And looking over at some of these numbers here, okay, JJ, this time, this is arguably his best game so far. Probably going to be the MVP again. 6-2-3 this time. Beautiful numbers there. And for BB, 12 assists, no kills, no death. But BB's contribution into this round, for the most part, from what I saw, is just control. Zoning when it comes to taking tyrants, he did it absolutely well. He was just spamming all the way. He doesn't need to hit his target. He doesn't need to get a control, doesn't need to get a lock, but as long as he's just able to just throw those skills on the ground, like Toda, they can't move forward.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the kind of arrangements of combos, right? BB was definitely the setup master, where Hal, he doesn't just want to quickly jump in with the mulberry power. If you have BB getting those firm launches, you could just have that double knockup being lined up, followed by that mulberry power, right? So that kind of further solidifies their position, because DTE, they want to go for catches, and catches they did get throughout this course of the run.
Yeah, and looking over at some of these other numbers as well. So for Toda, Sadness, it was able to deal about 43.4k damage, but if we look at his level of impact, unfortunately, he was not able to give that much. I believe it's also because that maybe he does not have enough protection, because you pick a Tolia, you're not really protecting the Lady Sun. Normally, the Lady Sun will pair like with a Ming that's able to give a little bit more protection, or maybe even like a tank like a Zhangfei to give that protection. But because of there probably isn't enough protection for Sadness, then he was not able to do his thing. You might think that, okay, maybe Hua Hua might be the next one to get that protection, but for the most part, when we see Hua Hua's style of gameplay, he's the one that goes in, engages first, which is cool as a Dune, right? But
yeah,
who takes care of the backline? That's the question.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've initially thought about when I take a look into this draft, where if everything goes well, if that Lady Sun gets injected with, you know, a crazy amount of gold, winning some of all these duels, then great, it is going to work well. But now that they were put further behind from some of all these scuffles that they had, and on top of that, like you said, no form of peel where you have this Dune to be on the front line, that kind of puts this Dolia's position into an awkward situation where you kind of want to be in range between that Dune as well as that Lady Sun, so that you get the double unruly blade. But it's a little bit of that shakeup on how they could basically maneuver around. So therefore, DTE, they've been able to just ramp up from all these amount of fights happening around that 5-minute mark, and it just went out of control, where you have problems coming in from the clash lane where it's also being shoved in. So there's not much impact that we're looking at when you kind of pick that Dharma in hopes that you could find those big setups. It wasn't exactly the best ones that we've seen out of CCS thus far.
Yeah, he didn't get the chance to make any setups as well, because he was always face checked. Whenever he tries to like go in, like they kind of know his position, so they either back off or they kind of like just zone him out early, just like how we saw towards the last Tyrant, where JJ alone zoned him out together with another player. It was like 1v2 at that point. But let's see who's going to be the MVP this time. Honestly, it could be anyone from DTE, but we have to award one, and it will be BB with a KD of 0012. Contra, for me, he's the unsung hero just because he didn't get any kills in this round.
I mean, on top of, you know, being such a core player to be so selfless, you saw a majority of the damage is actually being churned out by BB at the very same time because of the full combo of what she could actually offer, and it's just supplementing the kind of firepower for the rest of them to really go in for the cleanup. So great job on BB to be in majority of the involvements just to ensure that they get themselves a very clean run. And let's take a look back into what went on that early game. That was a double knockup onto Stay, onto Anda, and because of that, so despite him really being pressurized, he knew that that was the time to turn it around, and then comes the full confidence to drop in another perfect double.
And that fervor barrage, just beautiful. I would see that like 10 times again. But here it is again. CM, he has his own highlights as well, like how he targets the backline, like how he knows who to pick off in a skirmish, in a pickup, or even in a team fight as well. So that's why CM is such an important player. But this Mulberry power catching too, wow, caught the highlights there. Again, it allows DT to just snowball in team fights.
Yeah, and you know, it was tough for Dota whenever they would try to actually make advancements. They usually find Sun, but she can go invulnerable on this Yuhuan, which makes life a little bit harder out there. So it is just a fairy tale story coming to an end for the rest of DTE, having, of course, the celebrations at the end of it. So speaking of which, we will talk to our victors for today. So please welcome DTE Gaming.
Why, hello, BB. What
hello.
win. How you feeling?
I'm feeling very happy. Very good.
Well, I'm definitely happy for you guys as well. That was a back and forth. It went 2-1. You know, it was a little bit shaky at the start, but you guys finally got it in return. So we've got a couple of questions for you. This is a very big win for you guys at DTE to solidify your positioning in the standings, right? So
Yes.
with that said, are you feeling more relief now that you get this win against Dota? Yeah.
什么？
感觉有比较轻松一点嘛，赢了这一场。
got very 哇，轻松到我。
Yeah, we got relief, definitely.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah, and so far you have been pretty consistent in this league, and there were games that you actually put off very, very good performances, including now as well. You guys are on a roll. So, what has improved over time for DTE in your opinion?
在你的看来，DT 进步了什么？
进步了什么？
在这段时间里面
I think is our 合作叫什么
，cooperation
啊？你讲啊，我们的沟通更好。
Our team has
and
better
our
better communication.
Oh, well, this definitely have seen you guys grow so much along the way. So, of course, being a team that's been having, you know, some challenges along the runs out there, but you guys definitely have a lot of great highlights. You know, in this series, what was your favorite moment? You know, what was that moment that made you guys go, hey, we got this series in the bag?
I think it's my 我的火舞那把。我不知道这样讲哎。I think is last time we against with Toda and I play my Surambi. That's one moment.
Yeah, I'm glad that you guys have enjoyed so far, and of course, this is a massive win. You guys can celebrate to close off the week with all your hard work. So congratulations once again, BB, for having that 2-1 win.
Well, as BB said, Contra, teamwork makes the dream work. And they absolutely played like a team, like what we said during like the post game. It could have been anyone that got the MVP earlier on. But of course, we can only pick one, and we have to congratulate BB for that.
Yeah, he's definitely looking like a shining star, where he's definitely a very valuable asset for the rest of DT Gaming's success, especially on that final run on that Lady Zhen. I mean, what final run? That was just that previous game so far, because there's still more runs for them up ahead and more games to be played out for the course of this evening. So make sure you guys don't miss out, because up next we do have Seoul Esports to take on Nova, where the Titans have bled in their recent hoorah up against O2 Esports. Can Nova go in for the recovery? We have to find out.
Yeah, and Seoul Esports, they are playing Tom Cruise right now. They are in Mission Impossible against Nova.
Mission Impossible. Wow.
Yeah, it's Mission Impossible. But you know what? Because O2, they won against Nova before, so that gives a little bit of hope for the teams on the second half of our overalls. But anyway, we'll check out what's going to happen after we come back from the break, because it's going to be a match that you do not want to miss, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra. See you guys.
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Innkeeper, this is from the guest upstairs. Huh? My, I'm rich. He said it was a repayment. Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safe for you. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back?
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on! We're just playing around! Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Allow me? You prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run!
If only I had an alternative, this would never have happened.
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. We'll get the secrets after.
Magic. Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial menu for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The forbidden?
Welcome to the end. Welcome to your doom.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world.
With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes!
Darkness, the precursor to light.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Hut. 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 Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers, dust. Her fragrant sleeves have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Eyes are so complicated.
Welcome back, Warriors, to the MKL Spring Season 2025, where we're looking to close off Week 4 in a very high tempo. It's your boys here, Contra, alongside with Sir Cloud, to bring you the heat and all the glorious action. And now, moving into our second set of series, we will now see Nova Esports to take on Seoul Esports. Now, this is definitely an interesting storyline between these two teams, right? When we take a look at Seoul Esports, they're fighting for their survival in their run. Meanwhile, Nova, they just suffered a loss throughout that Friday run, and they want to kind of recover some of their pride and glory. Can you imagine how much more of an impact if Seoul actually wins in the series?
Yeah, it would be like a Cinderella story if they actually do that, right? And not only the Friday game that they lost to O2, speaking about Nova, that is, the game before that, they were up against Toda, and they had a tough game against them, winning 2-1. And speaking about the lineup for these two teams, Seoul Esports, represented by Junyong, Frost, Gui, Ricky, JK. Nova, represented by Xuan, Wendy, CY, Weipit, and Muji. This is a definite David versus Goliath here.
It definitely is, and I'm glad to actually see JK back in action, because there was certain matches where he was subbed out. Maybe he was busy with certain duties out there. But Seoul Esports, I think this is going to be their bread and butter kind of lineup to stick upon. So of course, there's going to be a whole lot of eyes onto Gui to try to keep up to the tempo of what CY has offered, where we even see CY sometimes switch things up over with Xuan, where he sometimes feels like, playing the Clash League, he could actually go for exchanges. But CY so far having big impact in the jungle. So we'll have to see if Seoul Esports can keep up to speed up against the rest of Nova.
But before we head on to the game, we have to compare the two Clash laners here. We are talking about the top MVP, Xuan, being compared with Frost himself. And when you talk about like the KDA between the two of them, Xuan is way ahead by 5.4. Although average damage taken per minute is going to be Frost, but when it comes to GPM, in other words, farming, it's going to be Xuan. But what I do like about this stat is that Frost actually has a deeper hero pool than Xuan.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Nova doesn't really want to reveal too much of their cards for the playoffs, but look at Frost. What's impressed me is his adaptability on every single game. He kind of plays very different types of heroes out there, and he also has outmatched the damage department, where you see him going on carries like the Mayin or so. So look at this. It's rather interesting, despite his KDA not really proving to match up against Xuan. So expect Frost to also be some sort of meat shield in a lot of all these situations where he's willing to sacrifice himself for the team.
Yeah, I'm looking at this positively for Frost, right? Imagine you're being compared with the FMVP of S3, Xuan. And then the stat shows that, hey, I have a more flexible hero pool. I played 7, you played 4. So, hey, that's a nice flex there. You can't think about it, of course. But of course, when it comes to Xuan, although he only has played 4 heroes so far, he played it to perfection, especially his Guan Yu. That was his signature hero during the S3. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of his Guan Yu, or maybe his Guan Yu will be given the respect back.
Yeah, it's either or, right? I feel like as a Steam player out there, if it's not going to be the Guan Yu, he's still got a lot of all these other heroes that he could go for. So I kind of want to see whether or not are we going to see a new card presented by the rest of Nova, where could you argue that they can actually go for a slight trial and error? Because the last we actually look at Nova, they lost their recent matchup because they kind of tested out that Athena support. And that kind of led into a snowball effect where, I had a little bit of a chat with Saki. It's like, hey, maybe they shouldn't have actually picked that Athena because there was that Gan and Mo. So if Seoul Esports were to learn anything, if Nova wants to try that again in this series, we're looking at maybe that Gan and Mo to be the answer to it.
Dude, why Athena support when you can go for Lubu support? I am still waiting for Waypit to play Lubu support, or by now any roamer to play the Lubu support for that case, right? I still believe in the Lubu support. I just need a pro to prove it, right?
Yeah. Maybe like the head-to-head, they wanted to feature Waypit, but that last game kind of made that influx of whatever that result to be tarnished. In that sense, like, now how do you recover from a 019 or so? Well, I mean, this is actually part of the strat that has been played in the KPL where you get a lot of vision control against the enemy side, where it just cause so much havoc where the enemy don't actually get any form of safety net to form where he could be invaded at any given point in time. So I don't know. I don't think that the rest of Nova Esports is going to be fooling around this time with whatever they really want to try. But hey, we can only hope that we do see something special in return, because Seoul Esports, once again, fighting for survival as we go into our picks and bans. Pei, Luna, they don't want those kind of aggressive picks to be going over on the CY. They have respected CY in that regard, because prior to that match loss from our Friday run, CY was actually at 100% win rate on that Pei.
Yeah, you gotta give respect to the Pei. We did talk about the power of Pei in the previous series before. There's a very flexible hero. You can go for tanky-ish, you can go for damage-ish, you have a decent amount of mobility as well. You can chase down heroes, so it's not something that you want to manage. So I can totally understand the Pei ban here. But with the bans all out, so we have the hot pick Arlie open. We have not seen an Arlie today. So Esports, if they don't pick the Arlie, I believe Muchi would love his hands on it. And they're not going to. They're going to prioritize the Dharma instead.
Yeah, getting Frost something a little bit more comfortable is definitely a good blind pick when you consider the fact that they will have to eventually respond in kind on this first phase, or else risk having more of that pool to be depleted coming in for Xuan. But instead, Nova, they answer back, like you said, My Shiranui Arlie was left on the table, so they definitely don't want to let that slide. It's Wendy on the My Shiranui, so I feel like Nova really want to stick to all these things that they're super comfortable with, not really telling the rest of the competition on what else are they actually keeping up their sleeves.
And with the Long and Dia pick, I understand that because you don't have a Tolia. If you have a Tolia, then maybe you'll prioritize the Tolia over the Dia. But the Dia with the Long is not too bad as well. Long is not only able to deal a lot of damage to heroes, but also able to take down towers really, really fast. So we're going to see the Lampo being picked up by Nova this time. So most likely it's going to be a Lampo that is going to be played by Waypit. So I'm not going to see my Lubu roam yet. Still waiting for it. But looking at Nova's lineup right now, they have good amount of durability, scaling to the late game with the Arlie as well, and also being annoying at the early game with the Mai. What they could use is probably something of higher mobility, just to try to annoy Seoul Esports and try to backstab them from behind, allowing them to just not allowing Seoul Esports to just focus on the front, or even like just splitting their focus to try to protect like the Dia behind.
Yeah, now plenty of options still left on the list, where we have Tinning Pool with the Sun to lock the way for the side of Xuan. A ban onto the Lamb. Now, what exactly is Nova up to this time around? Are they also looking into securing either maybe Assassin Jungle if they really want to try out? If that's going to be the case, it's definitely going to be digging very deep into the pool. So Argon left available. Nova can consider it if they still want somewhat of a beefy unit inside the jungle and still having just about enough damage to dish out while having decent mobility. So definitely a food for thought, but Nova Esports, what will be their response from here on? It definitely will be the Ogren. So now, ball back on the court of Seoul Esports to try to secure a strong mid laner to try to match up to this Mai Shiranui. It will be a little bit tough. I mean, look at what's currently in the pool. Sometimes a lot of all these players that we've seen coming from, either competitive side will consider an Angela, but it isn't exactly the firmest of response because she's just so immobile. And you talked about that mobility that Nova has. It is going to be tough. Even Yixing is not going to be all too safe at the very same time. So Yuhuan is a much better option.
Okay, I was kind of thinking of along the lines of Princess Frost, just because you want to stop Ogron from the pass of passing, coming by. You can stop with the Winter is here while he was passing by. So yeah, but anyway, they went for Yuhuan, which is okay because it provides a good amount of CC from afar as well, and it can strike multiple heroes for Nova. So that's fine. So for Nova right now, it's down to Xuan to pick his hero here. Tons of options because they're pretty balanced right now. They have durability, they have damage. They might not have as much control, or maybe they do with the presence of Lampo. So you can pretty much pick anything. Maybe go for something more mobile, like Ma Yin, for example. Or maybe if they want to disposition their opponent, they can still go for the Guan Yu, which is pretty nice to backstab Seoul Esports from behind. So they went for Charlotte, which is again falls into the category of a mobile type of hero as their final pick.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Charlotte to be played out today, and on top of that, you are looking to shred through some of these units because when you take a look at Seoul Esports, there's a lot of sustain involved, whether it's going to be Yuhuan, Menki, or even the Dieta to consistently be providing, heals, shields, whatever you name it. So you kind of want to slice through all of that, and that being said, Seoul Esports, I really do like what they've actually formed in the draft, but it's all about execution when you're going up against a titan like Nova Esports.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be David versus Goliath. This is Seoul Esports cosplaying as Tom Cruise on Mission Impossible, ladies and gentlemen. As we head on to game number 1, anything could happen here. Let's go, both teams here. Seoul Esports, Nova Esports.
Quickly as we move into the gorge, where we look at CY sneaking over just to try to actually steal those camps away, while the rest of them are just contesting for that river sprite. That will be definitely secured by the Yuhuan having decent enough clear. But take a look at what's interesting to note is that this is going to be the Mai that's going to be over on the bottom, while Muchi is all the way up on the Clash lane.
Yeah, switching up the strategy here just to funnel a little bit more farm towards Muji at the early stage. While Mai deals with JK, and with the fact that he's together with Waypit, with the Lampo, the Flaming Palms, Waypit, he can actually absorb it at the early stage. So let's go to keep Wendy pretty safe at the bottom. So great bodyguard there together with Wendy, allowing space for Muji to farm up to level 4 as quickly as possible. So far, Nova Esports, based on the first setup, they're on track.
Great Ruin Jin as well as Kachosen connecting over onto these members of Seoul Esports, and just like that, denying them the Hawk. Getting a little bit more of that injection of gold back around to the Mai Shiranui. At the moment though, CY is definitely invading ball by himself, managing to take away the floor. So as they accumulate all these small nitty-gritty camps, they're already a couple hundreds ahead.
Wow, Seoul Esports, perhaps they're thinking of like, okay, we don't see anyone who's at the lane anymore. That's why they're playing safe inside the bush. But they see Waypit all alone. Anyway, Waypit at level 3, he's still pretty tanky. Look at the amount of damage that he can absorb. Like 2 players onto him together with the Flaming Palm. He's just being tickled.
Yeah, that's the power of having a Lento to be your front line. It's almost not worth to overcommit. Speaking of commitment right now, they're looking for Frost as they jump right through, but it's going to be the Dharma that will be able to dash away into safety. Also having to commit his Truth Mantra to try to at least recover that camp away, and it's pretty much back to even Stevens. No kill thus far.
Yeah, I like how Wendy actually made the rotation towards the top right at this stage, just to give a little bit of emotional damage towards Frost. But speaking about Frost right now, 1v1 with Xuan, both at level 5, pretty even Steven, but because of the earlier rotations by Wendy, that allows Xuan to have a bit more control at the lane.
Yeah, I think that was the key factor of Wendy rotating, right? Just making sure that he continues to pressurize some of these lanes in order for them to still have certain small leads. Here comes Ricky though, moving right in front of Waypit, tries to chunk him down. He goes untargetable for the meantime. Well, they will not further commit from here because it's too much of a risk.
Yeah, and again, Wendy, he's just all over the map, right? Rotate from the top to the middle, going down, maybe going back to the top again. And his role is just to ensure that his teammates wins the lane. And by winning the lane, it's not necessarily by getting the kills in. As long as you're able to control the lane, the minions are all yours, maybe denying some, that's how they do it.
Oh, here goes Conductor Souls already being utilized. Coming in with a Tremor Smash to secure the first blood for CY.
Ooh, very, very opportunistic, I would say, by Nova by the bottom.
Oh, quickly as they responded with the infinite fastness, dropping right through, taking down Muchi. That was a worthy trade while they managed to take a marksman in exchange for a mid laner. But here goes another challenge over onto the Tyrant. That was being secured by C1, but got himself in danger. Another big drop coming with the Tremor Smash while they will have him clipped up with Xuan arriving to the scene to ensure another kill being funneled to CY.
Rotation on point by Xuan. Normally in that kind of scenario, the Clash laner will still stay at the Clash lane, will continue to push the lane, but not for Xuan. Xuan is a master of rotation. He's a master of surprise. He will appear at the moment where Seoul Esports do not expect it. And that was when the moment where they engaged the fight, they started it off, Xuan wasn't there yet, but the moment they start, they put off a few spells, Xuan appears. That is timing by Xuan.
Yeah, great movements as well as utilizing the teleport in time, moving into mid lane and then just cuts his way across. So just by doing so, he's already got a hit of Frost just like that. And once again, keeping up the pressure. So right now, as we speak of it, Nova pretty much ahead from some of all these exchanges, especially having that Tyrant to be secured, while this Lanpo is just walking freely across the jungle.
Yeah, and if you think about it, right, speaking of walking freely, Seoul Esports, they have not made a single rotation yet. They've been pinned down by Nova, and now at the bottom, even harder for them to move.
Sure enough, this could instantly be a dive if they were not careful enough, so they will respect it, try to clear the wave, but here comes the Lampo, moving right in, Infinite Vastness being popped right through, and it seems like it's not going to be all too much of an engagement, while they will have the U1 coming from the backline just to hold CY back. So they have managed to defend it, but it has definitely lost a lot of pride over a bottom side in order for Wendy to secure the T1 turret.
And Xuan wanted to come in again. Textbook play by Xuan, right? Wants to come in, but hang that thought.
Here comes CY recommitting, securing themselves a lot of priority onto the Crimson Golem and bagging that kill onto Ricky. And on top of it, just had just about enough miniways to take out the tier 2.
Contra, 6 minute, T2 at the farm lane, taken out. So Nova Esports really, really fast. And they're looking at taking out T1 in the middle. With the wave arriving, I'm pretty sure they can. But Seoul Esports won't make it easy.
Yeah, they try to form up a line of defense, but here comes the movements coming from Waypit as he tries to dive into position for the Tremor Smash that does hit over Jin Young while Frost was overcommitting, tried to land a Truth Mantra, but will not be getting all too much. Instead, he goes down.
Objective gameplay by Nova Esports. It almost feels like them getting a kill onto Frost is a bonus. They just wanted the tower. But because Frost was in an awkward position, Nova just took advantage of it. And I can totally understand that, right? But I can also totally understand Frost's position because him playing as the Dharma, he wants to find that advantage behind. He wants to try to get whoever is behind. Ideally, Muchi. But at this point, now they have a 5k gold lead gap. It's hard.
Yeah, it's super hard for him. I mean, take a look at another punishment. The moment he soars right through, he is instantly deleted. Speaking of which, Conductor Souls knocking them up in the air. They have to run for his life. They have to give up the tier 2 up on the Clash lane. And just like that, Nova Esports lands a chokehold with superior positioning and looks for another tier 2 up mid.
And textbook play by Nova. Now taking out the mid tower. and they have full access into the jungle. All T2s down for the side of Seoul Esports. For Seoul Esports, their objective right now is to try to gain back the farm, but because Nova Esports has access into the jungle, just look at the map right now. It's all empty for the side of Seoul Esports. They step out, there's nothing for them to farm except the lanes.
Yeah, it's just so rough right now. Only 3,700 gold for the side of Frost, and we're already looking at active tournaments as well as the Pure Skies already active for the side of Schwinn. So, realistically, moving right into the fray, it's going to be Waypit once again calling for an engage, moving with the Trevor Smash, knocking them up in the air. Here comes CY as we see that Luke is going to be zoned all the way in the back. He does not have the fastest intact, so he will be chased to oblivion. Muchi now trying to trade right back, but he's soaking too much damage from the Flame Palms as they will now pretty much knock them up and way they send them back into the base with CY securing another one while it's not over just yet with a chase onto Gui, and there's just too much for Seoul Esports to handle.
I love the swap in swap out by Nova Esports when they were chasing out JK. It's like, okay, Muchi is low, but here comes Waypit to tank that Flaming Palm, and the Flaming Palm was not able to be aimed at Muchi. Maybe the distance was just too far. If he was able to aim it, then at least he would have been able to get at least that one trade kill, but it just didn't happen.
And speaking of which, was another engagement coming in from Waypit. He gets it once more with the Trevor Smash. This time replied by Frosty as he does get the dive upon Muchi, but quickly as it falls through, it's going to be CY that responds in kind, securing himself another double in the fight.
Okay, they got Muchi though, but then again, Nova has Xuan, Nova. They do have Wendy who's able to deal the damage, so that means they can still hold down the line. And what Nova is doing right now is, again, textbook, clear off the jungle when they have the advantage. Seoul Esports steps out, nothing for them to farm. No farm, no scaling, not able to secure the next Tyrant or even the Overlord. Nova, look at this contrast. They might be going for a double.
Yeah, they can afford to do so because they know that Seoul Esports will not afford to overstep their boundaries right now. And take a look at Waypit. He's just going to be that brick wall just to be able to hold out the rest of Seoul Esports. And yet again, if we take a look at Seoul Esports, I think like the rest of the members are holding up decently, but Frost is kind of putting his body on the line a little bit unnecessary to form an exchange, despite him getting, a couple of truth mantras that didn't really seem to have huge convergence.
Yeah, I do agree, right? If you look at the gap between Frost and also Xuan right now, it's about 2.4k difference. So Frost, if he wants to do that again, he must scale up, but he must get his items in because he's not tanky enough right now to start the fight from behind.
Yeah, he's also building minimally offensive items at the meantime while all these waves are falling right into the base. This could be a tough hold. Seoul Esports, they got to prove themselves right now. CY already knocking on the doors now, moving right in. Here comes another Grand Trapper Smash alongside with the Conductor of Souls as CY goes legendary.
Oh man, and here it is. Nova Esports could potentially end the game though. But look at CY. He's as tanky as Waypit as of now. He can be the fun guy.
And speaking with it, will just dive right through the crystal as they look to build them down. And just like that, Wendy pushes them over on the kill Hitsatsu to clean up shop, securing the first point in the series.
11 minutes, 39 seconds, thereabouts there for Nova Esports to secure the win. I must say, that is a pretty fast run. Though it's not the fastest this season, but it's still pretty fast. And Nova Esports, man, I can say that based on how they're playing this game, they rotate really fast. They did not allow Seoul Esports any room to breathe at all. Nova Esports, they are the ruthless assassins this round.
They definitely are, and everything just worked like clockwork in motion, right? Every single kind of pickoff, the moment that they got that initiation, they just don't stop. They just continue to steamroll, put that pressure, especially what really turned things around into their favor is those fights inside the jungle where Seoul Esports could not even afford to defend around their Crimson Golem. And by doing so, they just created this effect where, okay, if you were to go down, you're not only going to lose that Crimson, you're going to lose 2 turrets in a row, you're going to lose your mid lane, and then your base.
Yeah, so with the fact that they took down like the T2 at the bottom, like what, at 6 minutes, that already opened up the jungle at the bottom, and then they took on the middle T1, and you know that, okay, it's just snowballing for that for Nova Esports. Okay, and if we were to look at some of these stats here, look at this. CY has 10 kills by himself? What? As an Ogren? Okay, that is insane. That is a big stat, and because of that, he's able to complete pretty much almost all his items. Only one more to go.
Yeah, I mean, in just about 11 minutes, this is just that perfect run that you've always wished for as an Auburn player. Every time you open up that path of passing, well, somebody passes away, ironically. So,
I see the pun there. I see the pun.
Seoul Esports, I felt like they were kind of being forced into a couple of funnels. They ideally want to ramp up, but they couldn't get Gui to be just about tanky enough. And even despite that, essentially, who do you actually get to pick off? I mean, you can't really go for a Charlotte. It's too slippery for you to catch on to Wendy. So they went in for Muchi instead for a couple of times, which seems to be successful. But even then, there's still other bigger fishes to fry, which really led to the downfall of Seoul Esports, where they just lost too much power in the map too early in the game.
Yeah, and I understand what Frost was trying to do, right? Even towards the late game, it's like, okay, you want to play a typical textbook Dharma is that you want to come from behind, you want to get there. You want to try to play that sandwich against Nova Esports. But the fact of the matter is that Frost, he has not built himself to be tough enough, in-game that is, to be able to withstand the damage output by Nova Esports. At the late game, like, Muchi is already strong. Wendy is, of course, strong because of his early game rotation as well. So the moment Frost steps into the fight, like, he gets deleted immediately. So there needs to be a level of versatility to, like, okay, I'm not tanky enough. Let me do something else instead of a regular, what would a Dharma do sort of move.
Yeah, what was glaring on that graph is that there's zero participation rate in team fights coming from Gui. And ideally, you want that Mankey to open up that fight first, or to try to zone them away, then only that Dharma follow suit. But instead, they're putting Frost to nosedive in, which was an easy punishment compared to the Mankey that can actually soak up some damage. And I think like this graph is pretty much straightforward, right? It was just fully in the favor of Nova Esports from the 3rd minute mark onwards, where they started those engagements. They were just getting pickoffs after pickoffs, and I guess like there's not much to say here overall. But going back to that Enki, if you're ever going to be playing a jungle, you gotta tank for your team.
Yeah, but the problem is that they didn't even have space to farm. That's the thing. So they were not able to build themselves up to be that durable. But the one that is the most durable, our MVP, is going to be Waypit.
He's definitely recovering a lot of all his stats right here with his plays here on this Lampo. Every single moment you saw there was a fight, Waypit was the fire starter. He ignites them all. He went in, nosedive all the way back into the finish line. And once he sees like, oh, there's about 2-3 members clumped in, that's where he unleashes that Tremor Smash. And CY, all we really have to do is just follow suit. It's like, okay, thank you, Waypit. Thanks for giving me some of these inflated stats.
And it's not only about his Tremor Smash, right? Like how he became that brick wall to just give vision to his team when they were doing the double objective of the Tyrant and also the Overlord. And he did it all by himself. But of course, he already scaled to like that point of, I wouldn't want to say no return, but the point of like he's really, really strong, really, really durable, that he can do it all alone. And there's no way that Seoul Esports can engage onto him unless maybe they have a 5-man engagement onto him, then maybe. But if it's just like a 1-man, 2-man engagement, they wouldn't be able to take down Waypit. So he did a brilliant job there in his role to zone out the members of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, to also double down on what you just mentioned as well, because of Waypit's pressure, you can see that there's a fine line where he actually draws so that they can split the fight. When Frost wants to also hop in one of the previous dives that he actually said, nobody has been able to reach anywhere close to the back line. It was only Frost, so it was an easy isolation onto that Dharma. So that was perfectly panned out the way that Nova wants where they would be. So that being said, that was a clean round one, but Seoul Esports, is there going to be anything left in the tank? Now, let's go into some math calculations, right? Is there going to be enough games for Seoul Esports to still make it to the playoffs if they drop the series?
Man, my math is killing me, right? That's why my math teacher during my school time, I'm always the one that needs to stand outside the class just because I couldn't answer a simple 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1 to me is 11. So, man, giving me the math questions is hard for me to adapt. But yeah, we'll need to look at the amount of games left here as well after this game, especially. Does Seoul Esports have enough games left to survive? That's going to be a big question mark. That will be the question that we will leave after the show. For now, we'll head on to our next draft here. Nova Esports and Seoul. What I would want to see from Seoul is that the macro plays of how they rotate, they're able at least to be, they can match up to the rotation speed or the map rotation overall with Nova Esports, at least at the early stages.
Yeah, look at Seoul Esports' bans. They're just going to be axing out the pay, but that leaves the Luna open this time around for CY to pick it up. So Seoul Esports, I'm not too sure if they would have a certain response. You need to have hard crowd control, whether if you're thinking about, a Lady Zin or so. It could be one of the options out there. And despite that, I mean, Seoul Esports, there's also other kind of priority focus. You also want to secure a heavy hitter over onto the Clash lane, and therefore they pick up the Mayin and to try to answer to the aggression that Nova Esports are putting up with. They're bringing in the Liang, so I'm not too sure if they would go for the Princess Frost combo if that's going to be the case. Easy execution if we were to lay it out to the plans of Seoul Esports, but moving into the second phase of draft, that might actually be banned away.
Yeah, they still can pick one before the next piece of the ban bowl. But I do understand the Liang pick is to try to control the Luna, because ideally you want a single target CC to lock down the Luna from just going around in team fights. So maybe Liang is the answer. But since you mentioned about the Princess Frost, I believe that that's a good combo as well. If they don't pick it now, potentially it might be banned out by Nova Esports in the following round. Unless if Nova Esports is thinking that, maybe this is a Liang that would take the support role, and looks like yes, it will take the support role. Combo with Angela is actually the same theory as a Princess Frost, as long as you're able to have a burst damage that is strong enough. So the Angela works as well, if you ask me, together with the Liang.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case, especially when you could also dish out decent amount of damage towards some of all their front line at the very same time. So gotta also see whether if they will be able to really overwhelm the Angela. Once she does channel the Blazing Brilliance, there is this tick shield, which they will have to deplete, so it's not gonna be an easy task. While Seoul Esports, they banned out the Musashi, something that has been picked up by Gui in recent times, while I was thinking that Yixing's gonna be a really good pick for Nova Esports, but that has been banned away. So they gotta form up different answers. Wendy, he might even consider perhaps a Nuwa pickup if he really wants to. While Nova Esports, they will thin out the jungle pool, taking out that Ogren. So Seoul Esports, doing this available if they really want to, or if they want to really double down onto securing something that could really catch out that Luna. I'm not too sure. Is it gonna be a Gudo that they really want to go for here?
Ooh, I'm actually thinking of Nova Esports wanting to go for the Lady Sun, because you already have a Zhangfei. It can give you that protection, so that's a natural pairing with the Zhangfei. And of course, like Weipin Zhangfei is top notch. Expect Moonchi to be well protected if he plays the Lady Sun. Going up against a Marco Polo at the early stages with the Zhangfei being the frontliner, assuming that they do play on the same lane and no lane swaps happen, will be a good matchup.
Yeah, I can definitely see the huge AoV combos that Seoul Esports really wants to pull off, especially if you were to have the power full elements coming in from the side of Liang to be able to just suppress one member, everything will just follow suit coming in from that point onwards. But Nova Esports, they're looking very beefy. I've expected that new one for Wendy, and like you also pointed out, it is going to be the Lady Sun. So pretty stock standard if you were to actually see really strong front lines where you have CY to be the major disruption coming into team fights, but they are trying to match fire with fire. They bring out Jing for Gui.
Yeah, the concept of Jing and Luna is pretty much the same. Like both of them are assassin junglers. They can just shing across the team fights. So that's going to be interesting right now. The control for the Jing. I can think of the Noah able to somewhat control. It might not be as great as the Liang, but it's still okay if you're able to kind of push out the Jing, especially when the mirror domain is open. So I guess that's pretty okay. But because Jing is an assassin, it really depends on how the scalability of Jing as well is going to happen. Whether it happens or not for Jing, or maybe the Luna, it will depend on this game, ladies and gentlemen. Nova Esports versus Seoul Esports.
Potentially the tournament lives of Seoul Esports rests on this series right here, right now. Nova Esports, they have definitely recovered from their recent loss up against O2 Esports, where we're looking at a standard laning phase for Nova. No changes thus far, but on the side of Seoul Esports, they are sending the Marco Polo to be able to, have a better laning phase for the Mayin. But I say better, but going up against the Lady Sun, you're still going to be poked down. You're still going to be sitting on the turret, but at least it costs a winning lane for the Marco Polo.
Well, looks like Nova Esports, they decided to send the Lady Sun still on farm lane, but instead it's going to be Seoul Esports making the swap lane. So it really depends on the rotation of either the mid laner or the jungler right now to help each lane to secure it. And that's what exactly Gui is doing. But Gui also needs to farm. So he knows that, okay, no advantage at the bottom. It's pretty clear. Might as well get back in to try to farm as quickly as possible.
Enough, and Frost can only be sightseeing for the moment while soaking just about enough EXP. Whippet's just going to be a constant nuisance coming into this equation, especially when he has Zhang Fei being secured. So he's going to play it exactly to the same tempo of how he used to play back in the Lampo game that concluded in a success, securing the Realme MVP for the last round. But take a look at this though. Nova Esports, they kind of have lost that vision control over on the mid side on where exactly this land is currently at. So they will shut the wave and just further gaining a little bit more of that prio back to Nova.
Yeah, it's nice how Wendy and also CY, when they back off, they went straight back into the jungle. And Waypit, he just moved by the river. And then Seoul Esports showed themselves. I believe they were waiting for the opportunity to Junyong to come in, get the control in, and then get the burst on to somebody. But when they saw it's only Waypit, it's not the target that they can burst at this stage. So that plan kind of failed for them.
Yeah, you gotta also keep in mind that Junyong, he's gotta be careful about his positioning when he uses the power control, because you can instantly be disrupted by the unbridled outburst if you were to not have him pretty much handled. Speaking of which, here comes the dive and Seoul Esports! Power word control locks them in place, secures first blood for Gui. And here comes Waypit in response, knocking Junyong, shutting him down, but unable to do more. So it's gonna be a 1-for-1. And just like that, back towards the top side scuffle where we're seeing decent exchanges coming from Nova.
And it's but hang that thought, we have Frost alone here. Very, very risky gameplay. But then again, the trade-off was worthwhile for Seoul Esports. They lost a roamer. Hashtag, you love your roamers, people. But they got Muchi instead. So I would say it's a great move there by Seoul Esports. This is what I want to see from Seoul Esports. A little bit more active at the early stages on their macro play. Try to match up the pace of Nova Esports at the early game at least.
Yeah, that puts them just about a couple of 50 goal ahead in that sense, where you gotta also consider that Junyong has popped his flash, meanwhile Muchi did not, because he knows that he's pretty much a sitting duck over on that situation. Meanwhile, A little bit of a push and pull over mid-sector with Ricky being spotted out as they are now dancing around the Tyrant where Waypit is hoping to actually zone them all the way. JK now will have to form a little resistance. Oh, Ricky! He gets popped instantaneously! And now, falls in the corner beside of Nova, jumping over on Jun Young. Power control does not offer too much. Nova back in the lead.
Oh man, that zoning by Waypit on the right side while his other teammates took out Ricky on the left side. And he not only zoned out Seoul Esports, but he also drew them towards the other members of Nova. Man, that was crazy. He put himself as a bait as well. And the rest of Nova jumped in, got more kills out of Seoul, and not only getting the kills, but securing the Tyrant at the same time.
Yeah, and that fight was pretty much the part to of fighting right now. Here comes the Fever Barrage drop right in. C1 recommits, almost dropping it down. Oh, and forces the flash as well. Well, actually, that wasn't the blink, but that Purify is already down and out. Here comes Waypit. Oh, pretty much, and got her with the Annihilation being dropped in, coming in from Wendy.
Do we consider that as a KS?
Yeah.
But it's a kill at the end of the day, you know, it still flows towards Nova. I'm pretty sure they'll be fine for that. But if it's a ranked game, then probably someone will be tilted. But anyway, that was a great move by Nova Esports. Again, they really timed it. No Purify by JK. He used his flash. As well. So yeah.
Ooh, Umbrella Outburst right now catching on to Ricky. So he's got nowhere to go because Ricky does not even have the flash available. Waypit has just got so much impact 2 games in a row now. And as much as Seoul Esports responded by taking 2 towers over onto the bottom lane, it felt like they really had no avenues to back away. And here comes another invade coming from CY as the mirror domain is being popped up. It will still be a steal coming in, but I believe that it was actually Shren that does actually secure it instead.
Okay, now it's all about getting the middle tower for Nova. But Seoul Esports, they know how precious it is. That's why they are trying to defend it. And the fact that they do have an Angela, so it allows them to clear off the wave quickly. Oh, that Annihilation. That was almost a steal there. If that buff was stolen by the Annihilation, that would have been insane.
Yeah, I mean, I would shake my head if that's the case. Meanwhile, despite the Crimson already being secured, they're still trying to shove them away from this Overlord because Nova Esports wants it for themselves. Meanwhile, it's going to be pretty much a decent exchange where we're looking at Gui invading, but now the pressure is mounting onto this tier 2 up top. They will have to give it away.
Oh, but look at the bottom as well, Contra. Seoul Esports says that, okay, we're not interested in fights. Let's be objective this time. Taking down the bottom tower. It is down at 7th minute. Seoul Esports, so far in the macro game department, they're doing so good.
Yeah, but now it is Frost that gets himself caught up. We'll have to flee away from all the danger, and that Annihilation did not drop upon him. So great work coming from Frost this time around.
Now Seoul Esports will need to play the defensive game. The Vanguards are out. They will arrive at all 3 lanes. And for Seoul Esports, their objective is that they need to clear off the mid lane. They need to protect their tower. They do have the Angela, so Ricky is going to play an important role there. Probably going to use his Blazing Brilliance to clear off the wave, and he's doing that right now.
Yeah, just like you said, that's going to be the ultimate down for just about less than a minute or so. But because of what they pulled out over onto the bottom, where they've been able to secure the inhibitor tower, so that naturally becomes a pushing wave that Nova Esports kind of have to guard. And so Esports, despite being behind on those kills, they are kind of matching to the goal amount. JK now spots out the movement coming in from the side of Waypit, but no objectives are up, so they're just ensuring that they don't get the firm control in their own jungle.
Yeah, because of the bottom T3 outright, so it's a head scratcher now for Nova. They need to not only look at how they're gonna push Seoul Esports, but they have to also take care of their bottom. Now Xuan is managing that, cool. But when it comes to the next Tyrant, they need to now be aware of what Seoul Esports is doing. Seoul Esports, they're like, okay, we know we're not going to be able to contest you for the Tyrant. Might as well try to push the top.
Yeah, I actually like this plan a whole lot because they don't want to be involved in those fights. and they still want to get something done, and that's how they do it. They are not revealing all too much of that vision, and this time around, they're just going to be sending that Marco Polo, having JK to clear things up, expecting Nova to form an exchange, so they will have to back away. Emergence does actually seek them out, so they will have to hightail it. JK now will be having a tough time dancing this one away. Reaper for the Rod just to draw out the attention so that it provides enough room for Ricky to back away.
JK not able to get away in time. But that's okay, that's okay. For Seoul Esports, they're playing this super duper objectively. Look at this. Top cleared. Now it's a matter of Seoul Esports trying to get that middle tower. If they're able to get a middle tower, they will gain access into the jungle side of Nova Esports. And that is what they're looking at. But Gui is looking at this. He's going for the steal. Yes.
Yeah, it will be a clean steal after all, and they were hoping to form a 5 versus 4 kind of situation with Frost slowly cutting over mid lane, and because of how swiftly Nova Esports have been able to gain control of the enemy jungle, so that plan kind of falls apart. Whippet now, getting himself all the vision on top of the members of Seoul Esports. Goi now bringing down the Overlord over onto 50%, dropping really low, and they say, thank you very much for a leash. We will secure it instead. It's going to be Whippet taking out that Overlord for Nova Esports.
I mean, you have a double smite, right, for the side of Nova Esports. It would have been difficult for Seoul Esports to steal that one away unless they try to zone out Nova Esports. But let's not forget that a Whippet is around, you'll be able to open the vision anyway. Nova Esports immediately taking down the mid tower. The entire jungle is open for them. And look at Nova Esports. They now sense that Seoul Esports is not interested to take fights with them, and they immediately go for the Tyrant.
Yeah, it's like, if you're not going to fight us, we're just going to claim everything that's over on this map. So, once again, securing another major objective, Nova Esports. They can kind of brute force their way. If they want to call the shots, they can just run it down a lane just like what Nova Esports does, but they have all the injection of gold to do it even faster, and it's beginning right here, right now.
Oh man, looks like now Nova Esports, they're back in the driver's seat just because they're able to secure all those objectives.
Whoa, Malaysia! Just like that, catches out Ricky, and there's nobody to man this tier 3. It will crumble, and now it is going to be the tipping point right now. What exactly will Seoul Esports do?
What an annihilation! Contra secured a kill against Ricky, and now without Ricky, Ricky is one of the best lane clearers for Seoul Esports, but they need to defend.
Diving in, it's gonna be Shui calling shot from Junyoung, and now in response, Gui dropped right through as they manage to take down Luffy at the very same time, pulling off a massive defense with Miracle Main, but it is going to be Nova Esports that will set them home, getting themselves the back-to-back win in the series. All that it takes is one more kill out of block, but Frost, where can it go? The Emergence will seek him out. A perfect ace to end it all. Nova reclaim their name and glory.
Oh man, Wendy, that last move, that Emergence, my goodness, Contra. I didn't expect that. I thought that, okay, yeah, they're gonna let him go. Okay, until I see the animation, they're like, whoa, calm down, people, calm down. They really want the ace. You know, it's as if like the manager put out a bounty. It's like, okay, guys, if you get an ace on top of a win, we're gonna give you a bonus. And they went for it.
Yeah, and the bonus is actually rewarded to you guys out there, so make sure you guys get the CD code right now. Screenshot it if you want to, and that's a whole lot of love coming from Nova Esports to all you guys out there. So, that to be said, yeah, maybe there was that manager telling them, hey, maybe you get an extra chicken rice pack or something like that. I have no clue what the offer is on the table, but Nova today is flawless. The way that they execute it, as much as Seoul Esports, they have other plans. They say, you know, let's not fight at all. Let's claim whatever turret there is. And Noah says, if you're going to do that, I'm still going to be more powerful. I'm still going to claim everything that's left. If you're not going to challenge me on that Overlord, then sure, I'll take all of it.
Yeah, which is absolutely fine, right? Like, you kind of know your gap, right? When it comes to like taking fights, like even if we talk about objectively, like based on draft itself, like when it comes to team fights, Nova Esports has a better draft because you have a mix of everything. You have control, you have damage, you also have a big tank in Zhang Fei. Whereas for Seoul Esports, they don't really have that tank, so they know that okay, if we want to take fights, we won't be able to last as long as Nova Esports in the fight. So instead, what we do the split push, which I applaud Seoul Esports for doing, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, a commendable effort. Seoul Esports definitely have brilliant ideas. I felt like maybe at a certain point, they just got to really double down on it. And sometimes you know that you're not going to be able to run away from every single fight. So they kind of need to form a little bit of that resistance, which, you know, they only had that plan A. And when plan A didn't work out, I mean, take a look at Ricky, right? Picking an Angela, but only dishing out 3.7k damage. This is something that's very peculiar because if you wanted a team fight composition and you're not picking up a team fight, so you're kind of putting Ricky in an awkward spot where he's got not much to offer.
Okay. So I guess looking at the numbers as well, and you pointed out, right, Ricky 3.7k. The first idea was like, okay, let's get early game pickoffs, like the Angela together with the Liang combo. That's cool. And they actually did that at the farm lane once. But once the scale starts to happen, they're telling themselves that, okay, we cannot take team fights. So Ricky, you switch your job to playing it defensively. So he saved his Blazing Brilliance to clear off the waves for the most part. And that's absolutely fine as well, right? It's one of the best skills in the game to like clear off the waves. So they tried to manage it in that way. But of course, when the later stages come, and when we saw that Annihilation took out Ricky at the late game, that's where they know that, okay, who else is going to clear off the wave? Ricky is the best one. So that door is open for Nova to push in, take down the tower, and just invade the base.
Yeah, I feel like they were playing PvE overall and then PvP over onto the course of the run. So it's kind of like tower defense mode, right? You just Blazing Brilliance, clear waves, clear the Shadow Vanguards, and I don't know. I feel like there's more to be done here by Seoul Esports where they're kind of giving too much of a leeway to Nova that it became a no contest at all, literally, because they were not hoping to contest, but you gotta have a little bit of fight. So that being said, I felt like perhaps they could have actually maybe formulate a grand setup where perhaps you hope to funnel them into the trap. Then those AoE could be put to a better usage up against Nova Esports.
You know what? It was true that it's purely, okay, we try to defend and push. That's it by Seoul Esports. I would like to see the Milady being played. Like, we have not seen a Milady yet this season. So,
oh, no.
Yeah, would have been nice. And Milady is a pretty fast tower pusher as well. But yeah, it's not. But what is? It's our MVP here from Nova Esports, none other than Wendy.
He is by far the best Nua we've seen here in the MKL for very good reasons, and once again securing another Realme MVP. You saw the impact. I mean, even that cheeky attempt to steal that Crimson with the Emergence getting the vision, after that sniping down players after players with the Annihilation. So far, a very clean record. I believe that he is absolutely on a streak when it comes down to his win rate on this hero itself. Of course, bagging a whole lot of all these kills as well as damage to be churned out in majority of all these fights. But overall, it's just a clean sweep coming in from Nova Esports.
Oh, absolutely. His Annihilation, man, it's just insane. It's just crazy, right? And of course, he was the one who brought the ace towards the end. And looking over at the highlights here, during the early stages, we can clearly see Nova Esports, when it comes to fights, they obviously would win this one. Like during the first Tyrant, Seoul Esports tried to challenge for it, but they clearly know that, okay guys, taking fights with Nova is not our thing. Let's just do our thing, which is trying to push on different lanes. And it kind of worked out for them, but Nova Esports, just because they scaled so fast and this Annihilation towards the end showing this highlights allowed them to just rushing into the base. No one else is there to defend the wave. That's how Nova Esports kind of ended the game, just by the Annihilation.
Yeah, and also every time I look at Wendy's placement of those matrices, it's always so beautiful because in one of that instance, you saw how the Annihilation went is because they got pit against the wall, so it was just a perfect setup out there. So Wendy just showing you the kind of big brain plays that he has whenever he is allowed to play on that Nua. So that to be said, this has been Nova, of course, reclaiming their pride and making sure that they have that clean record. So they are still holding on to that number 1 spot until the challengers arrive at the scene. So that being said, we will be jumping in with the voice of Nova Esports, who have just won a clean sweep 2-0. So please welcome Wapit to be joining alongside us with this interview.
Wapit!
Hello.
Just the man I want to talk to. You have answers that I'm waiting for. Okay. But before we get to my question, right, I want to know, like, how do you guys feel after this win? That's number 1. Number 2, Nova Esports is said to be the top contender for the title. Does this give a lot of pressure to Nova Esports?
Sure, we feel very happy after this win, and then sure we feel very pressure.
Yeah, I see. And of course, that being said, sometimes positive pressure is really good, right? So that you guys are pretty much staying competitive. Now, I want to ask you this, you guys have an unbeaten run for at least half of the season. So, of course, a little bit of shakeup coming through this week. But I want to check in on you. How proud are you guys of your team's performance so far?
I think we're still improving so far.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the improvement over time as well, right? So, speaking about improvement, Wapit, when are you going to grant me my wish of seeing you play Lubu Rome?
Maybe lah. I told coach already.
Oh.
Okay. I have hope. I have hope.
Okay, I'm not too sure if it works out, but since you've been looking phenomenal on it, I think like you can pull any hero and you can still work out. So, one last question before we go. Of course, a lot of teams are working very hard, and I think that your hard work so far has paid off with your successes. What do you think is the key towards your team achieving such great consistency? Because consistency is something that every team desires. What makes Nova stand out? Finding this consistency?
I think it's teamwork.
Okay, teamwork does make the dream work. So that is it. Coming in from our MVP today, Wapit. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview. And once again, congratulations with the win. You just had to get through with the roaming Lubu. So I hope that the coach will let it pass just for one match, maybe one game. But we'll see. So are you satisfied now, Sir Cloud?
At least I know now, if I want to ask for a Lubu roam, it's no longer from Wapit. I'm going to ask from the coach. So I'm going to tag the coach in all my content now. It's like, give Wapit the Lubu roam. Give Wapit the Lubu roam. I want to see. But you know what else we're going to see after this contra? We're going to see BSE versus O2. And O2, they have been the giant slayers of late.
That's right. We have to see whether or not will BSE stop them on their track, because O2 right now is hot on for Blackshore Esports. They seize these as an opportunity to eventually overtake Nova Esports. So this is a match you don't want to miss at all. So we're going to take a little bit of a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the final series here of the weekend. Don't go anywhere. BRB.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Real Me 14, performance beyond limits.
Innkeeper, this is from the guest upstairs. Huh? My, I'm rich. He said it was a repayment. Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safe for you. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back?
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on! We're just playing around! Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Allow me? You prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run!
If only I had an opening here, this would never have happened.
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no way to resist. We'll get the secret after.
Magic! Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial manual for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The forbidden.
Welcome to the inn. Welcome to your doom.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world.
With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes.
Darkness, the precursor to light.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Lives are so complicated.
We're back with the final series today, ladies and gentlemen, in the MKL Spring Season 2025. You're still here with us. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my buddy here, Contra. And my oh my, the next matchup is something that's not easy to predict. BSE versus O2. What do you think about this match?
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult call. I mean, when I was logging into the game, I'm just, you're trying to utilize some of these tokens to see if I could get some of all these predictions correct. This is one that I did not even put any coins in because I know it really could go either ways because O2, they're currently in their prime form and it looks like they're almost unstoppable at this current form that they're able to actually rack up big wins, and they were one of the first ones to be able to put a dent up against some of the members of Nova Esports. Now they're looking to, of course, form up and put up their vengeance up against BSE because the last time it was a 2-0 record, BSE managed to win. Can BSE do it again? Now is a very, very big question on BSE.
Well, let's check out their lineup before we go for further discussions, ladies and gentlemen. So here it is, the lineup of BSE, represented by Musang King, Xiang, Sehong, JR, and Dan. O2, represented by K1, Care, Gongling, White, and X1. And we gotta think about it contra O2. They won against AG. They won against Nova. And if they can win against BSE, they basically took down 3 of our top teams in the MKL.
That's right. I mean, we initially put the Kingslayer title on the side of DTE, but I feel right now O2 is definitely making a statement. If they did manage to take out BSE, then I think they will take that Kingslayer title, and that really will shake all these commotion here, stirring up the leaderboard overall because they've been pushing all the way up and Team Secret has already been knocked down. But when we move into the head-to-head, I think this is the biggest argument here. Who is the better jungler? Because Musang King is now pretty much on par with Kongling's match when it comes down to the average GPM where he actually shines best. But KDA, I think Musang has always been king. As a matter of fact, he's also the best in the Shadow Overlord kills and also 10% more in KP.
To a certain extent, the Shadow Overlord kills, that kind of also means that who lands the smite better, to a certain extent that is. And Musang King is showing that he's able to get a little bit of advantage against Gongling, but frankly speaking, Gongling has been showing a very, very strong performance as well, especially in recent time where they won against like the likes of Nova and they won against the likes of AG last week as well. Now it's O2 trying to complete the holy trinity of beating BSE, and BSE is surely no pushover team. They are kind of head-to-head with Nova Esports as well, so O2, they're up for a challenge.
This is definitely one of the biggest challenges for the side of O2 Esports. Can you just imagine if they were to be able to make a very deep run? And we don't know what happens on the upcoming weeks, right? Because eventually Nova will have to also face BSE at a certain point in time to settle that form of dispute. If O2 right now puts another dent up against Blackshore Esports, then I could argue that they might even finish third, second in the standings, depending on how things actually run, because O2 on their debut right now is really showing that, hey, we are not newcomers. They used to play back in WBG, some of these members, and now even refined further with the players that they brought in from the Road Warrior team coming from KPL, alongside with their coaches as well. So you can see that they are starting to adapt. They're definitely putting into speed. But Blackshore Esports, they have been, the old kings, but they're kings nonetheless, right? They still have a strong reign over on the course of the competition. How far can they really pull with this reign that we talked about?
Yeah, this is going to be the big question that could be answered in this match. And just to put things in perspective as well. So during the first half of the season, O2, where they met with BSE won 2-0 against O2. So that's the record there. But we have seen that O2, over time, they've switched things up, probably internally. They've learned so much and they're starting to scale. And now they are looking to be a big threat to all these big teams. So it's going to be interesting to see this match. If you were to ask me like 2 weeks ago, who will win between BSE and O2? I think it's easy for us to pick like BSE. But now that 2 weeks later, now you ask me this question again, I have the same issue like what you had, like trying to put your predictions inside the game, right? It's that I have absolutely no idea who will win this. This is a tight call.
A very, very tight call. And for those of you guys who did put those coins in, you can only pray for the best. I mean, these two are currently powerhouses. I mean, O2 Esports, their rise to dominance was not an easy task. I felt like it was a wake-up call. Once that mid-season hit and they realized that, hey, they're not exactly where they want to be, O2 at a certain point was at the bottom of the standings, right? Together alongside with arguably Seoul Esports. So from that point onwards, I felt like something kind of shift overall, where they just have this massive realization or some kind of awakening. I'm not too sure whether it's from the coaching staff or from the players itself, whether if it's the management that kind of draw in this big inspiration, but whatever it was, I want to find out. And at the very same time, BSC, they're not exactly comfortable with where they're at, because games that they're expected to win, some they kind of drop maybe one games in between that kind of hurt some of their chances. And I felt like it wasn't the cleanest run, despite them really being absolutely on par with Nova Esports at this current moment. So it is just kind of rough, where, of course, for the rest of BSC, they have also been shaken from time to time. So right now, what could they actually expect out of O2 Esports? Because this is one team that we have definitely not paid too much attention on, first 2 weeks, give or take. Week 3 onwards, they start to come up with some surprises. Week 4, we were convinced. And I do think that when they do make it to the playoffs, they will definitely be up for that contender title of not only being a champion, or perhaps they could just snatch a spot to claim a run in the EWC.
Well, let's see what kind of heroes are these two teams going to snatch here as we jump into our first draft in the series. A series that's just so hard to predict. And we'll start off with the Luna ban by BSE. Okay, I wonder if we're going to see like the Pay ban, because it's very versatile. We're probably going to see the Arlie ban as well. We haven't seen that many My bans. I think teams just try to adapt and try to learn how to manage the My. So we might see the one being let go.
Yeah, and I believe that there was a series where Blackshore Esports did actually pick up the My, but that said team has been able to kind of find certain answers, where whether you pick up a Yuhuan to kind of soak up all these kind of output at the very same time. So O2 could actually do exactly the same. So this is going to be a pivotal ban here. It's going to be a double roamer ban without the Diada as well as Zhang Fei. So Blackshore Esports, they got a couple of options here. Whether if you secure the Arlie, whether if you secure the Maishuni, or maybe even bypass the Dama so that Xiang can have something powerful to work with the class lane. They have ample of options, and they will kick things off with the Arlie.
Yeah, and of course, if you have the My open, someone else is going to take it. So it falls to the hands of O2 Esports together with the Dharma. Very, very regular primary picks here. Dolia comes back to BSE, combo with Elaine. We know this combo is like a traditional combo. It's very strong. And with the fact that the Elaine's been picked and also Arlie, they will be looking at the jungler at some point. I wouldn't be surprised if BSE actually picks up the Dun, since Dolia can combo with the Dun as well.
Yeah, it was definitely something to be considered, where they want to ensure that they still secure their priority on the marksman before it gets axed out from the pool. So what O2 Esports do is that they saw that there's a lot of safety net from the side of Blackshore Esports. They kind of want to eliminate that for Zihong, who's going to have to go for an alternative. So no using to be played out. Blackshore Esports can now target the jungle and really thin out the pool. Instead, they say, you know what? You haven't picked your roamer. I did. So they themselves ban out 2 other roamers. No Moses this time around, so you don't have to worry about all those pesky pokes.
Yeah, and the Nua is out. So the Dune not being banned, that's a possibility for BSC to pick it up. Well, unless for some weird reason they choose to ban it themselves, which I don't foresee at all. So that's a possibility. I like the fact that O2 Esports, they ban out the Nuwa and also the Yixing, especially the Yixing, because the Yixing is able to combo with the Dolia, so that's absolutely fine. Now O2 Esports, they need to pick a jungler as well. They can go for the Dune to just avoid the possibility of BSE using that to combo with Dolia.
Yeah, and speaking of which, Lampo, to actually answer back, I'm looking at Blackshore Esports. There's an option left on the table whether if they want to go super aggressive or not. Blackshore Esports can also consider a Shangguan just to get that double refresh on that finishing stroke so that you could just allow her to just pass through majority of all these nuances of members of O2 hoping to catch that Shangguan out. But is that going to be too much of a risk or too much of a pressure for this Dolia to perform? So a lot of big question marks here. They are kind of struggling to form a pick, and it's going to be the lazy zone. At least you could just ensure that, hey, we got CC, we can catch somebody, and then send that Menki in for the Dream Drone to really double it down.
Yeah, which is fine as well, right? So with the Menki being picked up, a lot of focus for Dolia will be onto a lane to give him the extra support later on for the extra Death at Sunset. So Fate, not the most popular hero. It's been picked up a few times here and there. And O2 Esports, they choose Fate. Okay, so Fate, able to go to the back line, maybe try to catch the Arlie. Or maybe even the Dolia before the Dolia is able to do anything.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the modus operandi coming in from the side of O2 Esports, hoping to play a hyper tempo matchup up against Blackshore Esports. So that being said, there is plenty of mobility and control coming in from the side of BSE. Who's it going to be to take game one? It's time to find out.
Oof. So here we go. Let's see if there's any lane swap happening here. So far, O2 Long still at the farm lane. And for Arlie, JR at the mid lane, again, with the strategy of allowing him to hit this level 4 as quickly as possible. I can totally understand that. Instead, they send Zihong down to the farm lane to just take care of things while the Ali scales up.
Yeah, just funneling all these resources just to get that prior up for the side of JR, securing themselves the River Sprite at the very same time. They did get one over on to Care over on the mid lane, so I'm wondering whether or not if they're going to go for a lot of major rotations with this Maestro Nui, and that's one of my favorite skins out there. Wink, wink. Hope somebody sends it to me, but yeah, no can do because it's not even in the store right at this moment. Speaking of which, this is going to be a major rotation over the top side, putting Xiang back into plays, not really allowing him to have major impact. Also keep note for the fact that he is taking sprint just to swiftly position into flights.
And speaking of position, Musan King positions himself at the forefront, even though he's only at level 3 because he knows that he's still tanky enough. And O2, they don't have the damage output yet. So he's just protecting JR at this point, at the very early stage. Now JR is about to hit his level 4. But at the top, Gongling and K1, they try to manage Xiang, but Xiang seems to be still alright.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no avenues to actually dive in the lane. It's kind of like a death sentence if you were to even consider that. So just ensuring that, hey, you get that prior towards K1, you unlock the portals for you to TP over on the bottom side because they're already adding up a little bit of that pressure as the Hawk goes over in the hands of JR, getting even more of that gold injection on this brand new Arlie skin acquired. This guy, he's definitely putting some of the prize money to good use.
Yep, I'm pretty sure he can get more than that. Yeah, he'll probably get the whole, not only Arlie set, but everything else. Or maybe he already got it anyway. But at the top, just look at the movement by O2. They're trying to manage Xiang again. But the thing about this, right? So the Elaine, it does have the Death at Sunset. Even though if they want to power dive him, you can just Death at Sunset and he will be, for the most part, fine.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, that's the thing about picking a lane. Like, you just have to endure the first couple levels, and then once you have Death at Sunset, you could just really go for all these form of aggressive plays. And the more units you hit, the bigger the shield, the bigger the sustain that you actually get out of it. So I would assume that this is going to be Xiang, of course, mainly building onto a tank build. just like what we saw in one of the matchups today, where maybe you just need a Sparkforge dagger to actually go alongside with it. So at this moment, no casualties. They're opting to play it really safe. O2 is actually getting themselves some slight lead while they're also jumping in to try to form a challenge, but that is quickly being sniffed out by Zihong on that rotation.
Man, you just love the comms here by BSE. Like they know that, okay, the rotation is happening, everyone backs off, stay underneath the tower, and O2 Esports, they can't do anything. So that rotation actually brought a little bit more time for the other lanes to be opened up for them to farm, especially in the middle.
Yeah, and right now they're jumping onto the Mankey.
Yep, which is Musang King. Easily absorbs the flaming palm just because he's a Mankey. He is tanky, no problem for him. But now, let's see who will win this Tyrant fight, as the fight will also happen behind both Xiang and Musang King in action. Here comes the Tremor Smash, catching 3 of them, but the chase is happening onto Kongling at the same time. First blood will be given to O2, but BSE, Musang King treats it back, but they cannot care. Kongling falls to the hands of BSE as well. So 2-4-1, BSE, small skirmish win.
Great trade. I mean, that fight was actually separated into two. Kerr kind of put himself into a very risky position, and that's kind of how he got picked off. But at the very least, they managed to go in for a big reset. I would still consider that to be a big win in the books of Blackshore Esports, especially getting a catch onto some of the key targets, Kongling as well as Kerr.
And the Tyrant is still open though, so let's see who will go for it. Both sides seems to be still looking at it, like BSE is still there, just checking it out in case O2 starts the Tyrant. But O2 at the same time, they're spread out, they're back to farming mode. I guess that's because like their skills are pretty much on cooldown. So they're like, okay, after that one small fight, it's still on cooldown. Let's wait till everything comes back before we engage the Tyrant again.
Yeah, they're also making a really good call to form an exchange. I believe they also do want to snatch themselves an Overlord in a matter of time. Active Torment now up online for the side of Kongling, so they are looking for favorable traits where X1 is working on that T1 turret up top. Meanwhile, it is going to be a late call for the Overlord coming in from Kongling, so I think like it's a decent exchange if you ask me. And as a matter of fact, O2 kind of get themselves a little bit of that advantage because of securing that T1 on top of it.
And for the Tyrant and Overlord, it's a 1-4-1 for both sides. So BSE, they're back to a reset now. They just need to look at that top lane because it's been pushed in by X1 earlier on. And the fact that X1, he actually made a lane shot after losing his bottom tower. It was a smart move by X1. But look at O2, playing it aggressively now in the jungle of BSE.
Calling for the invade, JR will try to actually form a little bit more room, but Musang King's not overcommitted. They want to fight instead.
Oh, they want to commit right now? And Infinite Bastards to safety. X1 is pretty low. He cannot re-engage into the fight. Instead, he's going to be Kerr going down. Kongling, last tick of now, will be able to escape thanks to K1. Now White is in trouble. White is being chased out by White. Here's the tag. They don't want to commit onto the tag, especially underneath the tower.
That was a perfect maneuver coming from Musang King, positioning so deep, just catching them out one after another, and just really flush them out of that Crimson Golem area. And that Crimson is still online, so they did manage to snatch it away. O2 lost more members in that formal trade, but I would still say that it's pretty much check and balance, especially with those Vanguards still running down those lanes. So the rest of Blackshore Esports will have to go for a reset and to manage some of all these pressure coming in from the side lanes.
I'm looking at the bottom as well, like BSE, they managed to push the wave up to the front of the T2 tower at the bottom. So at least there's something for O2 to think of, like, okay, we need to manage the wave at the bottom. Now Musang King being the main tank for the team as the frontliner, opening up that space, gathering information, passing by the tower, just trying to bait out the members of O2 Esports to come to at him.
Yeah, while they are defending, you can see that this Fate is making things work out with another wave to be crashed right in, but it will be funneled to the hands of JR. So they have definitely read some of all these movements coming in from the side of O2 Esports. Speaking of which, Xiang now trying to at least pressurize White from the jungle. So this tug of war mid has to result into something. And speaking of which, there is a challenge onto the Dharma. So it will definitely take a while before we actually see another big fight break loose between the two of them. It's all about positioning and vision control at this point in time.
Well, I'm looking at Kong Ling as well, coming from the river. Potentially could backstab. Maybe Dian from behind. Dan could be in trouble. Now the engagement is happening. Yes, they're trying to target Dan. Dan now down to 50% of health. Here comes the Tremor Smash. Mesh gets two of them. O2 Esports making the engagement on the BSC. But O2 Esports receiving a lot of damage. It's going to be Dan securing the kill of the K1. Now they're looking for the next target. Kong Ling will get Ji Hong instead. White is the tag. Xiang, he does not want to overcommit. Kong Ling is still there. Xiang 50% of health. The rest of BSC coming in to save him.
Wow, just great sustain overall coming from Dian as well as Musang King. And despite them going in for that deep challenge, they did manage to walk away with those 2 kills intact. And right now, surging past some of the members of O2 Esports. This is going to be a deep dive coming from Kong Ling.
Ooh, and he stole away the buff from the hands of Musang King. No blue buff for Musang King this time. And Kong Ling, keep your eye on this guy. This guy can pull off surprises.
Definitely, I mean, I just love the kind of reaction speed coming from Kong Ling. The hyper movements coming in from the side of Kong Ling, scaling through those walls, making sure that he puts his kit into good use, consistently put pressure around the map that Musang King will kind of have to give that one away. Meanwhile, he's being jumped upon.
Engaging onto Xiang, but now Xiang, he not only has his Spark Force dagger, but he's also starting to beef up now. So you don't want to overly engage onto Xiang. And plus he does have the Death Sunset. So you gotta know that he does have that. Until he uses it, then you can fully engage onto him.
Yeah, this is going to be a full 5v5 though. The Dharma tries to actually negate Xiang from actually moving into the scene. So that's great vision control coming in from K1 while Musang King just teasing right now if they're going to see the rest of O2 Esports reconvene. But they know that this is not going to be worth it to just fully have the aggro onto the tower just yet. So calls for a quick reset. While the rest of these members of O2 Esports, they can still drop right in. Into fastness is still pretty much available. But actually, Esports right now makes the calls.
That's a push check there. And now K1 is the one that's in trouble. Xiang is onto him. Backups on the left side. But can they actually save K1? K1 still survives with the mantra. Onto Xiang. Xiang is so tanky at this point. They really want K1. And they finally got it at the end. Xiang not only gets K1, but also took care of care. Now it's all about getting X1. X1 forced to use the infinite fastness to put himself in a safer position.
That reset with the melody coming from Dian just allows them to continuously chase upon K1, and it was just too much of a pressure. They have to actually let this one slide, but they try to answer back. This time Kong Ling has already been spotted by Xiang. Xiang playing it so well, 3-0 on this lane, and just really forcing O2 to lose their priority position.
Oh, and there goes the T1 in the middle. Here comes BSC into the jungle. You stole my blue buff. Now I'll steal it back from you. Musang King secures that one, but Kong Ling trades it back. He got his own buff as well.
True enough. I mean, Kong Ling so far having a field day out, it's really hard to actually get the catch onto him. Whether if you really want to send it late, it's actually not really worth their time. And despite, you know, BSC securing that tyrant this time, you don't really have that priority to even get anywhere close to the Overlord. But they will try nonetheless. They are spotting out Care. They put the volleys on the line.
Yeah, they spot Care. That's a good tech there, but Kong Ling will secure the Overlord while all this is happening. Dan will be the first one to fall in this fight. Now BSC looking for more as they take out K1. They take out White. And this is BSC running rampage after that fight. No Overlord, no problem. As long as they bring in the kills, and they're looking for another kill at the bottom. Now, it's going to be Kong Ling, the next target. But Kong Ling as a fade will fade away.
Yeah, that was actually pretty huge coming from Dan, just trying to protect JR overall on that mid scuffle. And when we take a look at O2 fully committing into that scenario, they were left absolutely vulnerable where it was pretty much susceptible for Xiang to also hop right in alongside with Zihong managing some hefty catches. So far, looking into this game, O2 having care struggling throughout the run because majority of the time, Care really had to put the body online just to try to connect the Ryujin or even the Chohisatsu, and not exactly finding the biggest value thus far.
And what would be the value right now if they're able to catch one player? Could it be Xiang? Could it be Tian? Man, just so many options for them to pick. You need to make those decisions. Maybe they'll think of that right now. They see Musang King flaming palms onto him. But again, Musang King as the tank, no issue for him to absorb it.
Yeah, so far looking very, very clean with Blackshirt Esports regaining a whole lot of control. But with that Shadow Overlord that has been claimed early on, that's going to be a natural push that does leave T2 so vulnerable to the point that it wasn't going to take too much to actually break it overall. So the rest of O2 Esports want to press on their pain points. If this is going to be another attempt.
Engage straight onto Zihong. Because Musang is the tank, you don't want to overly engage onto him. Now the counter engage is happening. They will shoo away the other members of O2 Esports. What that's happening at the bottom, Gongli got taken out, and now it's going to be Xiang chasing down Care. He did use the defense sunset. Now White is going to be the next target. But White, because he's the tank, they see a better target now. It is going to be X1. X1 flies away just in time.
Wow, that was a very scrappy fight. You see all the chases happening, and they kind of underestimated the output of Musang King, what he has to offer, because he's also built a pure Sky, so it's not just going to be a pure tank build coming from Benki, still having damage output to slowly shove this mid lane, and at the very same time, claim that to over on the Clash lane as well. Now, a little bit more prior onto the Tyrant, maybe formulating something in return. Dan's got to notice this position. K1's gonna catch him out.
Ooh, okay. But K1 didn't engage though because he knows that the rotation is happening. So no all in onto Dian. Instead, he will back off now, leaving the Tyrant alone. O2 Esports, they don't have an opening. Look at the zoning by BSE. No way for O2 Esports coming at all.
Yeah, they're just really purely forming a line of defense, not allowing the rest of them to even try to base check at this moment. The rest of O2 Esports, they know that this is not going to be all too worthwhile. There is still a time on that Overlord, so they're going to be late to the scene. That allows Blackshirt Esports to say, hey, if you guys want to come into that, we're going to be able to send more bodies out there to actually check. So O2, they just got to give away that Tyrant.
And now that the Overlord is out, so BSE, they won't go for a back-to-back. Instead, they will try to just zone out O2 Esports, maybe buying a little bit of time. Don't allow them to touch the Overlord. And when they're ready, then they will go for the Overlord instead.
Sure enough, and we're still waiting for the Mind to have some more items up on lock. Here comes the Tremor Smash.
Oh no! Tremor Smash did not connect to Zihong. Zihong is fine. And instead, it's going to be Musang King getting a kill on the X1. What an outplay there! As Yan will take care of Care. And now they're going in for another chase. Can they actually find Gongli? Gongli!
They do.
Spotted out! He was trying to get back home, but now Gongli cannot. This time, BSE will get Gongli. It goes to Musang King.
So many bodies trades, the rest of O2 putting their bodies on the line while they're actually sending this Lenpo to just try to clear out all the waves on that Clash lane. But it doesn't matter because there is a Ballista for them to claim themselves the T1 over on the base.
Oh, objective gameplay now for BSE. They're looking to take down the tower. They did that. And now maybe White, maybe K1. X1 is back into the fray. And now K1 is the main target. K1's in trouble. K1 will take around by Zihong. Here comes the Tremor Smash. But then again, how are you going to control BSE at this point? BSE will take game number 1.
That was a superb performance coming out of Blackshirt Esports. I mean, as much as that early game was very much back and forth, the moment that they've been able to win out a clear team fight, over onto the course where they were about to start Tyrant number 2, you saw Musang King was always in those deep positions, really running them down. So he's definitely chewing a whole lot of these members out from even having a major say in some of these battles.
Oh man, Musang King was just so annoying. Like you don't see him like doing that, doing split pushes, you know, all the fancy stuff at the side. All he does is that he just be in front. He's like the torchlight for the team, right? Like he just goes into the jungle, just looks around, you know, opens up the space, knows where his opponents is at, and O2 Esports, they cannot do anything against him. Like even if they want to engage onto him, number one, he's tanky. Number two, he can easily dream roam away if he needs to. But in most cases, he didn't really need to do that. He's just that figure in front that's tanky, and that's enough for O2 Esports not to engage onto him.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the majority of all these dream roams were actually used so offensively to the point that he is in the midst of all the members of O2 Esports. He says, I dare you to challenge me. I still have my Elaine to back me up. Zihong have always been shadowing him every step of the way in some of all these fights, and I would also commend Diana to be able to provide just about enough sustain and to also refresh the Death at Sunset coming in from Xiang. Or even if you want that double dream room, it's entirely possible at the very same time. So I felt like Care had too much of pressure on his plate, because from minute one you could see that they've put a lot of priority to keep shoving those waves to keep this Maestro in check. Care was not allowed to actually move around the map all too much to have a major say. And when he did, O2 Esports, you saw what they tried to do. That invade was botched because they were positioned very much onto a very predictable area. And Blackshirt Esports says, no, we're not just gonna try to see if we can smite it away. We just want to go for the fight and see how far can we actually take the fight. As a matter of fact, they can take it all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, and if we were to talk about like Musang King and his tankiness, obviously he's on top when it comes to the damage taken department, almost on par with Whites, but he's the main tank anyway. I mean, you don't expect Dan to be the one to tank, right? So Musang King puts himself in a position that he's always ready to absorb skills, absorb damage. And one of the main skills that he always need to absorb is the Flaming Pump by X1. So if he's able to get one Flaming Pump out, you know that there's a window that X1 does not have that Flaming Pump that is very strong. So that is where they know that, okay, go time, the moment they saw the Flaming Pump being eaten by Musang King.
Yeah, I would still say it's been a commendable effort coming from O2 Esports, especially on, you know, the kind of exchanges that they try to form up. But because of how they have got those fights to be split apart, evidently it was those form of tyrant exchanges that kind of put them into a sticky situation, and they start to look over onto the other corner, securing themselves a couple of all these Shadow Overlord as well as the Overlord in order to try to at least put some pressure over onto the side lanes. And in spite of that, Blackshirt Esports, once they were committed to going for pickoffs, that's where it just get a little bit out of hand for them to be able to, you know, target Paradise in that sense, where that Menki was dealing a lot of damage as their main tank actually. So that to be said, O2 Esports, we expect them to look for a different formula moving into Game 2.
Well, do you expect our MVP to be Musang King? Let's find out. Looks like it's not. It's going to be Xiang as our MVP with a KDA of 606, damage output of 20%, damage taken 70%, and a total goal of 22%. Frankly speaking, it could have been anyone from BSC, but Xiang, of course, he had a lot of control at his own lane, and he was very slick, even though he was pressured by O2 Esports, but he was able to hold on by himself. He didn't really need much rotation or much backup by his teammates, but yet he's still able to just single-handedly control his Clash lane.
Yeah, I think one of the major factors is that chase onto K1 when they were trying to formulate a clear access into securing that Tyrant. Because of that commitment, it kind of blows the door wide open. Once again, it started off from this challenge for the Crimson, and then keep your eyes onto Xiang. okay, sure, there is a little bit more of that scuffle here, back and forth, but because of him, that fight was kind of split apart, and then they could just fully commit with Xiang actually reaping so many of this work, and then goes in, refreshes the Death at Sunset to really double down onto O2 Esports.
Yeah, that's why if you see an Elaine and Dolia combo, it is so difficult to manage. Death at Sunset twice. Like you go in, you engage Death at Sunset. If you need to chase, you do another Death at Sunset. If you don't need to chase, if you need to back up, you just use the second Death at Sunset again. So that's why this combo is so strong. And BSE, they managed to pick it up. Now, if you look at some of these highlights as well, just keep your eye again onto Musang King. Like, when was the last time you seen him drop to less than 50% of health? You hardly see that.
Not at all, if you ask me. Maybe in 1 or 2 fights, but of course, they have been able to win out those trades nonetheless, so consider that to be absolutely worth it. BSE, they're currently poised in position to close out the series to keep that clean record up against the rest of O2 Esports. But honestly, O2, they're not exactly too far behind. It was just down to small little details that they really have to refine. Wasn't exactly a draft issue. If anything at all, I felt like that Faye, that early game impact was great, but there could be even more to be channeled out because Care was single-handedly taken out in majority of these fights. So you kind of want to think about a mid laner that can actually soak that pressure other than having that Maestro because obviously usually you want that Maestro to be consistently proactive in order to make it worth picking, but I think like switching to a Yuhuan sounds a little bit better. I'm not too sure, but let's find out as we're moving into the second draft in this match.
Hey, but because it's a global ban, so they don't need to worry about the Banky at least. So that's one. But at the same time, they can't pick the Mai Shiranui for themselves to make amends to it. So let's see what they're going to pick this time, as the Arlie and also the Mai is going to be given the priority ban. So they're also like the Dharma that's also always given the priority pick, considered to be banned depending on the team's strategy. Maybe even O2 Esports considered to ban the Long, since BSE did not use it, so they will have the chance to pick it up for themselves.
Yeah, options still on the table here. Blackshirt Esports has got a Zhang available if they really want to actually pick this one up, because it does not reveal too much of your cards, and just like that, Blackshirt Esports will not really tell too much of what kind of story that they want to unveil. O2, you got the Dharma who has been picked up, so they gotta consider maybe a Mayin or something that is beefy if they really want to go for a Byron. Instead, Gan and Mo together alongside with Sun Tzu, so you will still have active pressure, and I remember K1 rocking the Sun Tzu to, once again, have a lot of map pressure with his set sail. So that being said, I want to see what else will they actually bring up to ensure that there is going to be a strong line of front lines to activate this guy move for those free pokes on the couple blades.
Ooh, hey, the power pick hero. Now force the hands of BSE. I'm just trying to foresee the future, right? Like how the Pei will play, especially give it to the hands of Musang King. Like how he plays the Menki, he likes to be at the front, he likes to base check O2 Esports. Pei is a hero that can actually do that and can actually jungle invade fairly early on. So I would expect to see Musang King playing that kind of playstyle. So if that's going to be the case, then O2 Esports, they need to find a way to try to defend their early phase jungle from Pei invading onto it.
True enough. I mean, looking at the current standpoint, you still want to secure something that's going to be beefy, because you can't just rely on Sun Tzu alone, especially when you're going on a utility support. So realistically, if we're looking into what's kind of currently available, Ogren, Dun, some of the options available for the side of O2 Esports, instead they say you can take whatever jungle you want, but we're going to thin out the pool for the marksman. So it gets increasingly more and more difficult to actually secure a very solid one for either side of the party. So O2 does have that priority. I would expect them to secure the marksman first. So they have not gotten the Arlie. The Arlie has already been banned away, so what exactly will be the best? Lady Sun is still available for the side of O2 Esports.
I'm not sure if Lady Sun wants to pick that one up though. Okay, they're still going for it. Okay, cool. Because why I say that is because like Lady Sun needs like protect the president, right? Okay. To be fair to O2 Esports, they can still pick a tank jungler to be the one to try to protect Lady Sun. So let's see how that goes. Dedia will be the one to always be side by side with Lady Sun to provide extra support. So that's going to be how they're gonna create this formation around Lady Sun. So BSE without Lady Sun, Diren J is out. Okay, they pick up the Noah first. And Chano, okay. Chano and Zhang Fei. Alright, that's pretty okay. Zhang Fei can still provide that support with the Leaping Savior in case Chano like goes aggressive and jumps in.
Yeah, I really do like this composition, but at the very same time, yeah, they just gotta really look out for some couple plays in the midst of the fight. I have expected the Ogren to be played out, and that is going to be pretty much of a sensible composition coming from the side of O2 Esports. So it's kind of like the battle of the mid laners on what kind of impact they do have. Of course, I would think that the Nua does have a little bit more of that prior when it comes down to utilizing Emergence into full effect in the early game to out-rotate the Ganonmo. But if they allow this Ganonmo to scale, Care is going to be a very scary threat. As much as, you know, you have a pay, he says, yep, you can one-shot, I can one-shot too.
Well, let's see who will get that first shot here, ladies and gentlemen, in game number 2 between Black Shoe Esports and O2 Esports.
Quickly as we start things up, it's going to be a decent exchange of lanes where we're looking at standard start coming from majority of Black Shirt Esports. Zihong probably is not all too deterred because as Anua, you do have certain range advantages. So it's going to be the Gan and Mo that will be slowly clearing off those medium waves with a couple plays that he does have. And just like that, having the prio going over on the side of X1 to slowly farm up, and at the very same time, getting themselves a decent lane cover coming from the bottom side.
So you put out a good point about like the Gan and Mo and also the Noah both having their own range, right? So here comes the question of like who will want to go to the back line. I'm looking at BSE, maybe Xiang, able to go there. Or maybe even Musaki just running down in a straight line, just go straight onto the back. That's one. As for O2 Esports, the best bet of a hero to go to the back line is going to be the Ogren. But the path of passing might be stopped by Noah. So that's something to consider as well. So if I were to weigh that out, I think BSE has a better chance of going behind to deal with the Gan and Mo.
I do think so as well. I mean, you think about it, somebody's got to manage this pay whenever he tries to go in for either pickup or a flank. So it is very crucial for them to always get vision onto the enemy jungler. Meanwhile, a little scuffle happening. Xiang fighting over this river sprite.
Yeah, it should be a 50-50 between the Byron and also the Sun Tzu. But here comes Tian, receiving that damage, and a couple plates.
Barely enough. Very, very close. I mean, they've committed some elements right there. His X1 kind of burned it through, hoping that was just about enough. But not too much of a concern. You can just let him slide because now they know that Zhang Fei has to go for the reset. This is going to be a very vulnerable channel, but I say that, I forgot there's platforms in the recent patch. So quick recovery is both sides being very respectful on maybe until the 4-minute mark where, you know, those platforms will only allow you to jump at your way into the jungle. Then it is going to be a decent form of exchange coming true.
Yeah, those jump pads are really, really helpful for the laners, right? Like you can, okay, you clear your lanes quickly, you go back, you heal, and then you jump back, and you won't miss a wave. So that's how these players will need to make the best out of that jump pad while it is still in though, because we don't know for how long it will be in the patch.
Hopefully it's a permanent fixture because I like the tempo. Meanwhile, okay, set sail have already been channeled out to really form up a defense, but yep, that's just gonna be not hurting Xiang at all. So just to get away the safety, respecting what the pay damage could actually do in this kind of early phase. Now, that to be said, there is heavy priority from the side of O2 Esports to 2 games in a row. Look to play on the red side as Kong Lane goes in for a chase.
They just try to shoot them away. So like what we discussed earlier on is that Pei, especially if you leave it to the hands of Musang King, he's able to jungle invade. So they want to try to protect the jungle from Musang King actually going inside early and stealing all those jungle minions or maybe even the buff. But now, it's not about the buff, it's a matter of who will get the Tyrant. And looks like a quick one here by O2 Esports.
So quick that he didn't even actually get a glimpse into the pit at all. So clean work coming from O2 Esports as they are at least building themselves into the right momentum. Only a couple of hundreds away before they catch up to the rest of Blackshore Esports. So ideally, when we take a look at who's going to be the major target, X1 for sure. Now that's going to be an axe being purchased from the side of X1 just to have decent amount of sustainability. And I'm thinking that the rest of BSC, they're definitely going to be interested to force something in return. Set sail flat.
Set sail onto Xiang. But Xiang able to get away to safety using his flash. Flash burnt out. O2 Esports still able to get back their blue buff. That's fine. Annihilation set across, just try to steal it away, but O2 Esports, they probably anticipated that.
Yeah, great call coming from O2 Esports. They managed to reset that Azure Golem, so nothing gets exchanged in return. Just a little bit of a jump scare, if you ask me, from the side of Blackshore Esports. And O2, so far in this match, taking a lot of preemptive moves, reading the rest of BSC like a book to ensure that, like you said, no camps to be stolen away, and they still have just about enough pressure now. 3 members up upon the bottom side, and here comes the emergence.
For emergence, and they immediately go in, where JR got the kill on the Care. Beautifully executed. O2 Esports, they were not able to back out. But here comes O2 Esports with the counter engage onto Suhong. K1 gets it. Will the tower get him? Locked it! Oh man, that was so close!
So close. I mean, that exchange sees both mid laners go down. And that crazy move from JR, he flashes, he pops that leader stance just to enable that catch from happening. And Care, he might have actually popped a couple of stuff, but he did not pop the flash just in the nick of time. So he wasn't expecting that crazy output. So great exchanges. Now we see them both neck and neck.
Whew. Including the net worth as well, they're pretty close to each other. Of course, when it comes to kills, the same. But O2 Esports, they have that slight advantage of getting the earlier Tyrant, but that's fine. That was before. Now it's a matter of who will get the next advantage. I'm looking still at a 50-50 unless if BSC is interested in the Overlord.
They definitely think that there is a significant interest. It's just that it will be manned by a couple of members of O2 Esports. So no clear avenue until they go in for a certain pickoff, which is why they're currently setting up a little bit of an engagement coming from a flank.
Here comes the emergence together with the Unbridled Outburst from the side by Tian, and Musang King will get Care. And this is what we talk about, who will go for the backline. It is going to be Musang King on the pay, and Care will be the one to fall.
That perfect flank. Well, you saw that you kind of lost that vision over onto the top quadrant of the map, and just like that, that kind of wave crashing right through over on bottom will at least secure something in return for the side of O2 Esports. Hoping for an invade, but take a look at BSC. That is a break wall in front of them.
Look at what's happening at the bottom as well. I noticed that K1, he was kind of busy with Dian, but they kind of disengaged there. Now in the middle, Suho, senses, spidey senses are tingling. He knows that somebody's on the left side bush. They did not overcommit there. Great work, great game sense by Suho.
Yeah, both sides really having immaculate read throughout the game so far. 10 more seconds till the next Tyrant appears. So going into all these small little skirmishes, I think like it was definitely necessary that some of these guys actually pile a little bit more of that pressure. Now that kind of flushes K1 out of that vision control. So my question here lies over on top of O2 Esports, whether if it's intentional for them to actually place 2 members on the top side. They do get the teleports down, but is this gonna be a little late because they're already working on the Tyrant? So O2, they didn't even respond with an Overlord take of their own.
Yeah, BSC, they set themselves up at the Tyrant earlier than O2, and O2, they weren't prepared for it. The Tyrant falls to the hands of BSC. And now it's a matter of whether BSC wants to take this fight in the middle or not. They seem to be setting themselves up. Dian, he does have the Umbrella Outburst, but O2, they probably figured that out and they disengage.
They do so very, very cleanly, and Blackshirt Esports now gets a little bit more of that avenue, and Dan, he's just in some of all these prime positions where they will have to respect what the Zhangfei could actually pull through, and the rest of these members of O2 Esports, they're starting to lose grip on that top quadrant of the map, but there is still a split coming on from the side of K1. Is he going to be able to join the fight with the set still? Because right now they're starting to pile in a little bit more of that pressure on the rest of the members of O2.
Yeah, it's as if BSC, they're slowly chewing down O2 Esports. We now do not have much space at the top, but speaking about the top, here comes the set sail. Set sail might land from behind. Keep your eye here. Here comes the set sail from behind. Lands on the Xiang, but Xiang is the tag. Xiang will be going to block it out. Here comes the counter engage by BSC. Double kill, give it to Musang King. The chase is happening. Give him a triple kill.
Oh!
And Zhihong gets one by his annihilation from afar. Still, Musang King, triple kill on the board.
A very bold call from O2 Esports, but it was disjointed. BSC, they didn't care if he cast right 2. As a matter of fact, they crashed into a wall. And BSC, they're looking to end the game.
Oh, and they will, but they get out goggling. This is BSC with the win against O2 Esports, denying them the Giant Slayer title.
Wow. Just wow. BSC in game 2, they're not even flinching. You saw how they were rock solid, in control. They were standing inside a jungle, and they were thinking, okay, he's gonna call for that set still. It's gonna land somewhere over onto where they've been holding at. So they prepped for that, and you saw that they were just putting themselves onto some of all these positions where O2 members, they cannot form that full collapse. Even if they do, they're gonna come in late, so they can just absolutely isolate the Sun Tzu, and just like that, slowly pick them off one after another. The rest was history.
Yeah, in the final fight, Xiang actually blocked the set sail. Like, we were just looking at the set sail, our observers got the set sail on his camp, but Xiang was behind. He was ready to block that set sail. And the moment he blocked that set sail, that's it. Because he's tanky enough. By the way, because of that ace, here is the code for you. And we even have more codes for you. So don't leave the screen yet. Don't leave the screen yet, guys.
Okay, if you guys miss out this one, don't worry, because, you know, we saw pretty much of an ace as well as a triple kill. So we are rewarding you guys not just 1, but 2 codes. So that being said, make sure you guys rewind it back if you guys missed it out. So that's it. That concludes all of the series for today. But wow, BSC, we got to talk about how efficient they actually play out this matchup. So quickly as we look through, they were absolutely beefy. Why is that? I mean, you take a look. It was Byron, it was a Zhang Fei. So it's either or, whether it's Xiang or Dan, they could just take turns to actually block a set sail. So they're kind of like traffic control, right? Or, you know, police just getting a little spot check. It's like, oh, do you have your license, K1? Nah, I can't let you slide. So you get a ticket for that.
I like the relevance there, since the skin that he used was a car. So it's relevant there. Anyway, just to point out that Dan is the James Bond of this round with the 007 for his numbers there. Other than that, Musang King, wow, just being Musang King again. Like the way he just moves in front, engages, and because this time he's playing a pay, so he's not always that brick wall in front, but he changes his style to play as a more attacker type of a style here, especially together with his build. And that's how he picked up all those kills. And he got a triple kill towards the end, and that's how they kind of wrap things up. That was pretty much all the big fight that they needed at the very end to win this.
Yeah, there was a lot of all these setups in order for Blackshirt Esports to start getting all these advantages, right? So Musang King had one job in this round, or should I say even in the past round, and his job was to take care of Care, ironically, right? So you saw that they were poised in a position where they tried to force Care to blow up his spell in order for him to escape, and that's where Musang King comes in for reflying, and in very, very cheeky angles. So it was not much that Care can actually do, because as a kind of mode, you want to skill in the game. Now he puts you all the way behind. So now your mid laner is rendered ineffective. You really have to rely on X1, but he needs time to scale up. So just like that, Blackshore Esports dissected this composition well enough with just about enough map pressure, and on top of it, great defenses coming from Blackshore Esports so that they can steer clear away from any form of threat from O2 Esports.
Yeah, and they have set up like they have enough to reach the back line, and Care didn't really have a good time at the back. As much as he wants to keep his distance, to throw his couple blades, Musang King running him down. Xiang didn't really need to do the rundown because Musang King. So Xiang, his role is just to take out the back line, just to take care of the incoming set sail, and he did that truly well. And here is the graph here. It kind of looked 50-50 at the beginning, right? With BSE having a little bit, and then O2 they had a little bit, and then that final fight, that is what just drew the graph all the way up to BSE.
Just get this one running it back because they already have those miniways set up perfectly from the Clash lane.
Well, speaking about perfect gameplay by Musang King, he is the Realme MVP with a KDA of 402. Damage output 26%, damage taken 12%, and a total goal of 28%. Again, Musang King, he knows his role. When he plays a min key, what's he supposed to do? If he plays a pay, what he's supposed to do. And this time as a pay, he's allowed to play them more aggressively to gain those kills for himself.
True enough, I mean, overall, he's definitely having just about major impact, despite O2 trying to stop him from, stealing some of the camps, but he can always steal away some players when they catch them out of position. So, great vision control, great execution. We fall back into some of the highlights where we saw this explosion coming in from the side of JR, and then you saw Musang King have handled Care with excellent care.
Yeah, and this is the one. Yep, look at this. Xiang blocked the set sail, and then pretty much the rest of his history. If the set sail landed onto, say, JR directly, that is, or maybe even Jihong directly, that is, then it might be a different story. But because Xiang was there at the back to block the set sail, so they're able to U-turn back and counter-engage back to the set sail. And this is the current standings here. Blackshore Esports back at number 1, above Nova Esports currently at number 2, followed by AG Global at number 3, still the top 3 teams there, and O2 Esports at number 4.
Wow, how the tides have turned. I really do like the record right now. Oh, of course, it kind of hurts for O2 Esports to suffer O2 kind of loss in that sense. So at the very least, DTE, they kind of have more losses at the moment where they have a lot more work to be done in order to match up to O2 Esports. So there will be a lot more tug of war between the current 5th position all the way down to arguably 7th, where Seoul Esports, are they too far behind? Is Todak too far behind? Because if Todak gets to upset either one of these teams, they can still see a lifeline into it on the upcoming weeks of our regular season. But at the moment, I would still say O2 kind of have solidified their position already with the record that they have achieved.
Yeah, and speaking about upsets, it's still going to be scary for Team Secret. Currently at number 6, and Todak still has that chance to overtake Team Secret. So we need to keep an eye on that. Team Secret, topsy-turvy performance, but still, it's not end of the line for them. They can still move on to the playoff, but they need to bring in those wins.
That's true, and of course, every win will matter a whole lot for every single team who's currently in the MKL. And I guess, once again, this is a super challenging league, and when push comes to shove, we have the finest of the block here coming in from Blackshore Esports. So please welcome BSE to join us here with an interview.
Hello, Musang King. So, how are you feeling after you won against O2 Esports, who was the Giant Slayer recently?
I feel excited because we won the game.
Wow, I mean, well, perhaps I should ask.
We just do like before, relax, and just do our best.
Okay, I think like so long as they relax, they can perform at their absolute best. I think that's super important. Any questions from you, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, so a lot of people are saying that you guys and also Nova Esports are the top 2 best teams so far in the MKL. I mean, it's shown in the current standings as well. Do you feel any pressure to perform now that a lot of people are saying that you are one of the best teams here?
I think we are the best of the team.
Yeah, and
we don't have any stress, I think.
No stress, and that definitely is the way to actually get those successes. So, of course, that being said, we have definitely seen, the meta shifting a little bit through the mid-season, and we are getting closer to the playoffs. Do you expect to see maybe more heroes coming from other teams, or is there certain heroes that you think will come up later on that have not been shown yet? Well,
我觉得飞吧，飞是一个新的英雄，想在季后赛多看到各种队友玩飞。
That's great. That's great. Of course, once again, thank you so much, Musang King. I think you guys are on the right track. Congratulations. Now you guys are #1 again here in the MKL. Yeah. So, of course, all the best for the rest of the regular season. Bye. Oh, somebody's flexing his jersey.
I'm trying to get this up. Okay, but okay. Anyway, you guys get it. All right.
Why didn't you ask the guy to sign it for you? Like, that was your perfect opportunity,
Oh, now you made me felt like a missed opportunity.
Bring it back. I mean, is he still around? You missed it. I mean, maybe you gotta wait for the playoffs to kind of back it in front of him. We'll see. Maybe you get your chance. But of course, all said and done, we have already wrapped up all the matches that we have here in week 4. So, is there any words for you to actually sum this up? Because there was just so many dramatic moments throughout week 4.
Yeah, it's dramatic moments and also more heroes being introduced, which I'm really happy. And like what Musang Kin say, expect more Fate to be played. So I'd like to see more successful played as well. But could there be more Fates be played next week? Because there's going to be the next week's schedule where we're going to start off with Seoul Esports versus Team Secret, followed by DTE versus O2 Esports, and then we'll end the day with Nova Esports versus Toda.
Oh, this is going to be important matches coming in from our very first game onwards. Seoul Esports versus Team Secret. This is going to see who's going to be able to hold firm in the league. Seoul Esports, is it time yet? I'm not too sure. We'll have to see later on. While DTE versus O2, whether if it's going to be DTE to once again reclaim their spot from O2, that is going to be one of the highlight matches for our Friday run. And of course, Nova versus Dodak. We'll see if Dodak can handle the pressure from Nova Esports.
Yeah, it's interesting that we get to see like Team Secret and Toda play on the same day because they're just next to each other at number 6 and number 7. So that could, well, it won't shift things yet, but it will set the narrative of what could happen in the coming weeks. So that is something that we look forward to seeing as well. The following week, week 5, will definitely be an interesting one, Contra.
It definitely is. I mean, I can't wait to actually have the next weekend started already. But, you know, we've already had a great one so far in week 4. I would say, wow. The leaderboards have shaken so much moving into the mid-season, and it can only get better from here on.
Oh yeah, expect more surprises because we have a couple more weeks to go before we lock in the leaderboard, and we will find out who will move on to the playoffs. So ladies and gentlemen, you definitely don't want to miss out on next week. For now, my name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. We'll be ending the show and we'll be seeing you guys in the future. Bye-bye!
Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear.
Turn it back.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
I can see it.
It's an honor showtime. It's all a showtime.